foremost, ahoy and g'day once again to ye mateys. I be your functionally convenient and applicably serviceable DM, Josh the Pirate, and it brings me more of a thrill than dancing wildly on the edge of a volcano to welcome you back to Corsair's Cove for another episode of my Humblewood world for some more of Midnight and Magic. Monsters and Magic. I really need to change it from being the M and the M and the O and the O. So, yes, with me, I have my hearty crew. The handy Daria Surname Redacted, the nifty Karen Schlink, and the neat Brendan Ellis. So let's talk about these lovely people. Brendan, who the heck are you?
Hello, I'm Brendan Ellis, back in the place that I was going to say for the foreseeable future, but for this week. And then whenever this season starts again. Yeah. I am an actor and director, and Brent's are in chat where I will probably be shitposting with Daria.
Hell yeah. Karen, who the heck are you?
Hello, I am Karen, sometimes known as the Mother of Bunnies. You can follow me on the social media platform previously known as Twitter at Mother O Bunnies, or you can follow my bellest alter ego, Miss Lola Moore, over on Instagram. I occasionally post over there. I mainly put bunny pictures in my stories, not gonna lie to you guys. But yeah, you can otherwise find me here playing Too Much Baldur's Gate 3. Or you can listen to me on the D&D podcast, There Be Dragons, available where all good podcasts can be found, and probably a few terrible ones as well. But don't focus on that. Think of the positives. Think of all the good podcasts.
And Daria, who the heck are you?
My name is Daria. I am an artist, and I play Julio today for the finale of the season.
Yeah, that's it. And Madame et Monsieur, Dharma Udahir and the beings of indeterminate gender and persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D and other RPG-related games with me lovely wife Karen, the mother of bunnies, and all my lovely friends. And coming up in the next little while, we will be having International Talk Like Josh the Pirate Day, which will be a 28-hour D&D and RPG games marathon. Starting at 7 p.m. AWST on the 17th of September, that Sunday evening, and going through to the Monday evening, where we will have the finish. We will finish up with another episode of Midnight and Madness with a couple of special guests in it. Tales of Pesh is going to be in that game, as is the lovely Ellie B, which is very hecking exciting. We have a lot of confirmed guests joining us for International Talk Like Josh the Pirate Day. Agent number 1 is joining us. Owen from the Lost Archives will be DMing. Des will be coming over to run a game for us as well from the Eldritch Scribe. Ardana, Lilith, Tony Karlstrom by Firelight will be joining us. The Maharishi has confirmed today that yes, they can attend D20. Promethean Dreaded GM. Loads of incredible people are going to be joining us. It's going to be really exciting and fun, so please come along. Karen, can you tell me quickly about the Ukraine, please?
I can. On to less pleasant news. You may have heard about the war in Ukraine. It's been going for over a year now, and it still sucks. So if you are in a position to make a small financial contribution to making it suck less for some Ukrainian refugees, you can do so via the link in chat. It is the Ukraine Emergency Action Appeal. It's a collective of Australian charities and not-for-profits who are specifically fundraising to support refugees fleeing the violence in Ukraine. So if you can, follow the link. There's a massive red button that says donate, so that's how you know you're in the right place.
Hell yeah. I must also remind our helpful, practical, and possibly even beneficial audience to please like, follow, and subscribe to all the things, you bloody champions. We have all the exclamation mark socials. We have a YouTube where you can find all the episodes you may have missed of all of our adventures. There have currently been 3 full, long form Humblewood campaigns, as well as now, I think it's up to 4 micro sort of mini narratives set in the Humblewood world as well, alongside dozens of other one-shots and little stories in other systems and other games and other things, and it's amazing. Heartily endorse checking all that out. And we have a Discord if you want to come and hang out with us there. Cast any questions you may have. They may respond to you. Other things like that. Post memes and fun pictures of all of your creative exploits. We love to see all of that. So you'd be very welcome to join us there. We are sponsored by, we are affiliated rather with Wooten Forge Gaming Accessories. Wooten Forge creates some of the finest handcrafted wooden tabletop accessories that you could purchase in the world. Check them out at woodenforge.com/Corsairs Cove. They are donating a pair of Jarrah Adventurers chests, which look not dissimilar to this thing. This is an adventurer's chest. For the prize pool for International Talk Like Josh the Pirate Day, which is rather exciting, but it'll be made of Jarrah, so it's dark wood like this stuff. Very sturdy stuff as well. So that's rather exciting. And we also have another sponsor that has come back on board, the wonderful Roll With Advantage, who have sent us some rather special dice. So Karen, do you want to show some? Well, I've got. So Karen and I have split the box. This little boxlet here has arrived in the post, and it came beautifully wrapped. And they have sent us some rather splendid things. There is a bunch of stickers, as always. These will be we comprise little packs of things to send out to the lovely people who win them. Some stickers, D&D based sticker memes. I really love this one. This is a little fox archer. And then they all come in these really marvelous little sacks, these little furry sacks of dice. And Karen,
I love a furry little sack.
Who doesn't? Love a
Motherfucker,
furry
you get there faster than me. I hate you.
We have
Skill diff.
pink, this sort of cloudy pink ones. They're rather pretty. Then they have got a new line of D&D stuff. They have started releasing these big chunky boys. So these are, for comparison, let me get you something that you need a. Okay, here's a mini. So a standard size mini, that's the dice next to it.
Whoa.
Those fairly chunky boys. And inside, this one's got a liquid core with glitter in it.
No, it's not glittery.
I thought you were about to say, and inside, it's chocolate.
Oh, no.
Okay,
No, actually,
why
sorry.
does no one make chocolate dice? Do
Yeah,
I need to get on this shit?
This is actually...
I'm sure they have, and I'm sure they're not successful because they probably roll like shit.
This
But
one,
when
I
they
do
roll a one,
apologize.
you can eat them.
It is not a liquid core. This one is actually got glitter on the bottom and on the top. And on the bottom, I really mean it's the 20 side is the glitter. And on the one, there is actually suspended in sort of liquid in the inside is an eyeball. You get an eye of Sauron glaring out of you, and it always looks upwards, so I can't show the stream. But the really cool one...
That's the eye there. It's hard to see.
The really
That's cool.
Then there is this one, this little black sack, and it contains that. Look at that. This is a D100. This is a true 100-sided dice. This is the mini for scale. Look at that ridiculousness. It is a fucking mirror ball. And once again, it contains an eyeball. You can see it floating around in there.
And what I love about you having that D100 is you're one of the only DMs I know that would frequently use it.
Yeah. I would
With
write
all these
reasons
tables, these custom tables you have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
But I'm going
I
to give
just
it away.
opened the link to the edible dice.
Oh, now we'll have to
Yeah.
go there.
There
My
we go.
goodness.
Damn it.
I know
don't-
that there are ice molds for dice.
Yeah. We've
Um,
got some.
Yeah.
Not
I have-
quite
If you
the
want
right
them to be
shape, though.
functional, you need to use really clear filtered water.
Yes.
Oh, pink proseccohedron.
There you go.
Nice.
I'm in heaven.
Proseccohedron. I love it.
Yeah.
So yeah, rather exciting things. Candy dice, edible. Yes, but they don't roll well.
Snack of
I-
all grades, master of nom.
I like that. I do
Oh,
have...
free shipping to Australia if you place an order over $293.79.
That's a very specific number. I imagine it's
I feel like
probably
it
a
was
different amount
translated from a. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
different-
converted from a different currency.
Yeah. I do not own a D100, but I do own... This is my D60. It's a 60-sided dice.
Who
which
uses a 60?
Well,
what do
I
you
have.
use the 60 for?
I've had this a while. This I used when you played with me, actually, Brendan, at the table. Back when we used table, when we sat around a table and played D&D. I have written a couple of tables that have 60 options for that exact dice. I was just like, I want one because it's weird. I've also got a 30 and a 24 for similar reasons. All right, well, that's lovely and splendid and wonderful. Thank you so much, Roll With Advantage. Check them out, rollwithadvantage.com. They make some incredible stuff. They're also a female-owned, female-led D&D dice company in Melbourne. So they're Australian and female-owned and operated, which is really nice, really cool. And I think partially why they have such there is a very specific style. Everything comes beautifully wrapped. They go the extra mile in presentation, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, you get a package from them and it just feels like a present.
Yes, exactly.
Plus they're all like shiny and they make a nice clicky clacky noise.
I often roll with advantage dice. Like about a half of the dice in front of me, I roll with advantage dice. My particular favorites are these ones, which don't show up particularly well on the camera, but these are sort of waves, like waves crashing in a stormy ocean within within the dice, and they are sharp edged, so they're really quite like you could do yourself an injury if you tread on them. Alrighty, well, mateys, I think we need a bit of a recap, don't we? What the absolute heck happened last time, Karen?
Last week on Humblewood of Monsters and Magic, we rejoined our party as they had just extracted the death elemental out of Eric's mother, and it had turned into a sort of horrible demon frog, which then tried to kill everybody. You know, not surprisingly, but still entertaining. But fortunately, Kesh had cast a magic circle, so it was somewhat contained. Turns out it's got a lot of area effect magic, so that kind of messed us up. Kesh got set on fire a bunch of times, and they did like these poison stinky clouds,
Fart
which weren't
clouds,
great either. Yeah, fart clouds. At one point, it filled the cylinder of the magic circle with fart cloud. This was after Eric had turned himself into a giant praying mantis and leapt into the magic circle to try and wrestle it to the ground. Which was very dramatic, quite cinematic, I think, while me and Julio were just trying to stay far enough away from each other that it couldn't fireball us both at once, but also stay out of the clouds of poison gas, because at one point I got fireballed again, and I'm like, damn it! It's like, why are you standing so close to Julio? I'm trying to stay out of the poison gas!
Yeah.
Between a poison gas and the cloud of fire. But, you know, thankfully it was stuck in the magic circle, so it was at least slightly limited in what it could do. But I did get to finally get one of Kesh's only healing spells, Aid, because we're all about to die. Or at least Kesh was about to die. I took a lot of damage. It was just fun. But eventually we wore it down, and Julio dashed in, did the roguey thing, stabbed it twice in the back, and it died. Well, it turned into a puddle with a face, which we probably could have interacted with, but Eric was not in the mood, so he went and got the rest. He went and got the rest of the winter blossom spear that we'd used to force it out of his mum, and he stabbed it with that, and it kind of just went.
It did do that.
I believe we had to roll for damage, and we got like exactly what we needed or something.
Yeah. It was
it was a lot.
Yeah.
It was the dice agreed with the gravitas of the moment and the suitability of the choice made by Eric. So after this little thing, Cash is lying scorched on the floor. Eric's healing his mum up a bit. I can't remember what Julio was doing, probably also lying on the floor going, that hurt.
Being cool.
No, Julio's pretending it's fine. Yeah. And a bunch of people arrived, the counselors that we'd spirited away to the crest. Ben and Sheridan had turned up, and they were all like, right, we must meet. We must decide how we are going to win this election and restore peace and harmony to the Older Heart and the Humblewood. And Kesh is like, oh gosh, can I have a nap first? And they're like, no. So I like to think smoke was still drifting from her singed fur as this conversation took place. Where basically we went back and forth discussing the various things that need to happen and what we wanted to do. Basically, a bunch of the Wildwood Brigade is now back and waiting outside the city. So basically we ended up with a three-pronged attack for Election Day. Eric will go with his granny to infiltrate the remaining council in Alderheart, so the evil council. So Eric will have to pretend that he's okay with the evil council, so he and Granny can get in and like find out what's going on and get back to us about that. Julio is going, I forget with whom. I didn't write it down. Sorry. Julio is leading a mission to
Mr. Priest.
It's Priest.
Viscar.
Thank you. Julio and Viscar are going to the temple in the roots that we used to get into the plane of life to reconsecrate the temple, basically to just shore up that good old life elemental magic that's surging through this wonderful tree, which likes us still, and appreciated us killing the death elemental that turned up in it. So positives. And Kesh and Benaceridon will bring the brigade into the city to both protect the humble folk and also to escort both humble and bird folk to the voting booths, so everyone can have their say without fear of the perch guard knocking them off their perch. And also we're going to, I think Julio is doing this as well, we are going to dig up the humble candidate who'd been doing really well until it sounded like he'd been blackmailed or threatened.
Whatever do you mean?
Who would do that? That just sounds like the act of someone that, couldn't possibly be on the council. No, They wouldn't do that. That's so rude. So we're also going to dig him up. It was suggested that
not literally, he wasn't buried alive.
Yeah, we're not going to have to
we know of.
We're not going to have to bring him back from the dead. He's still alive. He's just kind of gone into hiding. So we're going to protect him and make sure he can actually stand up and be like, I would like to represent the people. And it was suggested that Kesh be nominated for the council as well, which she did not immediately go, well, hell yeah. In fact, she went, well, maybe Benaceridon could do it. And Ben is like, don't throw me under the carriage. And she's like, you already threw me under the carriage. So we'll see how that pans out. Speaking as the portrayer of Kesh, she doesn't want to be on the council, but if she has to be to make this happen, she will. But she'll be very mad about it and looking for an exit. Because she did not get fired from the Wild Brigade. She still very much works for them. Thank you very much, everybody.
After a short hiatus.
Yeah. The general will definitely confirm you're still employed if you'd like.
But is that a conflict of interest? Do I need to be kicked out to be a councillor? Is this a loophole Kesh can either exploit or lean into?
Prior military service is looked upon very favourably as a candidate, but you can't also be a serving military officer and a councillor.
Yes, exactly. All right, and as we had
well,
come
I guess
to
it's time for a career change, Kesh.
Yes, Kesh, you are fired.
This just putting it out there, this show would be a lot more boring if it was the wonderful adventures of Kesh Littleweave on the Council of Alderheart. Reading reports on the sewage system in Alderheart and how it could be improved.
It would sound like an awful lot more work.
West Wing of D&D.
A lot more work for Josh. I hate it.
And just for the record, despite having portrayed a number of military leaders in D&D, I know nothing about military leading or the military, really, or war. I just kind of make it up and look at the DM to see if I'm talking shit or not. And I know even less about being on a council because I haven't done that since I was 12. Cool. Student council, obviously.
Sure.
Anyway,
the Australian political system is very odd. We have 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
Quick tangent, I was actually really mad because I wanted to be a library monitor because of the book-loving nerd that I was. And turns out I got library monitor, but I also got student counsellor. And they gave me student counsellor because it was more prestigious and they thought I'd prefer that. And I was like, why didn't you ask?
No one ever asks.
You robbed me of an excuse to always be in the library. Bastard. Anyway, so
That
we have come
explains
up.
a lot about the Karen I know today.
Yeah.
Forever second in most books borrowed from the library. Still salty about that too. Anyway, so we've come up with this three-pronged plan to make sure the election is actually like something approaching fair and equitable, and that we get some humble folk on the council, or at least humble folk, sympathetic bird folk on the council. So maybe we can not go to war with each other and go to war with the elementals that are trying to take over our plane and kill us or enslave us all. But dramatically, as this draws to a conclusion and we're all like, guess it's time to neck some healing potions and get on out there, there is a commotion from outside the door, and our poor little bird spy from a few episodes ago staggers in. He's horribly wounded. He's holding his guts in, and he's like, I need to warn the major. She's in danger. We're all in danger. And then he collapses to the floor, and a metaphorical blackout happens, and then the teaser trailer for next week's episode plays.
I forgot that this was the fucking cliffhanger that we left on, and as soon as you said it, I'm again angry. So good job.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, got him. Thank you very much.
And that was Karen's very erratic but high energy recap of last week's
That
episode.
was a great recap.
You're welcome.
Unironically, yeah.
No worries. Marvelous. Thank you very much, Karen. Well, mateys. May demon frogs not need to be extracted from your mothers, and all your subordinates fail to possess gaping chest wounds, as we head, tremulously at first, and then with mounting heat and passion, into the Humblewood. So, let us put on some more appropriate music.
I was going to say, as Spencer comes in, everyone is dancing and cheering.
Yeah. So
We're like, go team!
Yeah. So we return to the Alderheart and the Temple Grove grown within its bark, where the gang are preparing to make their final play for the soul of the Humblewood and the future of democracy within it.
No pressure, right?
Yeah. The three loyalist members of the Alderheart Council have arrived, along with Benna Sheridan, the General of the Wildwood Brigade, and you are preparing your move on the sham elections being held in the Grand Plaza. Kesh, your senior lieutenant, Spencer Diaz, a well-meaning and enthusiastic young loomer, volunteered for an undercover assignment within the Perch Guard a few days ago and has just reappeared, badly wounded, insisting he needs to speak to you before collapsing. What do you do?
Has anyone got any healing spells?
Yes, I'm on it. I will
Thank you.
cast Cure Wounds.
Yes, excellent. You do that. The ragged gash across his chest. He is very much. He's not a large chap. He's a loomer, so he is a small being. But he has a cut from clavicle to hip down his left-hand side, and is really he is not bleeding anywhere near as much as he ought to be from that amount of wound, which means he's probably running a little low on the fluids, and he is being physically held up by another Wildwood Brigadier, the one who assisted him in here. So Eric, roll me some healing. 6 points of healing.
I rolled minimum, but 6 still is something.
It's enough to stave off death.
If 6 stops him dying. Wait,
I'll
can
pump
do.
another one in if I need to.
I can do Goodberry actually.
It might actually be better.
Because I can give him 10
Pour
good
some
berries.
good berries into the gaping wound.
Well, yeah, actually, I've had characters
lot of
make
talk about
salves
gaping.
out of them. Yeah.
I was like, why can't I see my Goodberry spell? Then I realized I had the wrong character open, so that doesn't help. We're in a character that doesn't have Goodberry.
Push the berry in and wiggle it around.
Yeah, I will use a spell slot and give 10.
Here's my berries.
I will, yeah.
And he
Take the rest of my berries.
Do I need to roll for number of berries, or do I
No,
just
you
make
just
10?
make 10, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll basically make him a handful of berries and just be like, just feeding.
Yeah. You crush 5 of them up in between your hands and just sort of rub them on as like a salve on the wound. And What color is Kesh's magic?
Oh. I've never actually thought about it. I feel
Yellow-
like it would
yellow,
be
green?
yeah, I feel like it would be green, but like sparkly.
Sparkly
Like
green.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's got a little bit of glitter in it.
So there's a little. I love it. There's a little bit of glitter in the weave as Kesh rubs her fingers together and crushes these berries between them, and the green glows between your fingers as you smear it basically down Spencer's chest. Coupled with the cure wounds Eric is casting, his eyes flitter open, and you sort of pop the other 5 berries into his mouth and say, "Eat," before you give him the no, eat
You're
that.
not allowed to tell me what's wrong until you've swallowed that.
Major. Oh, thanks. That feels a lot better. I need to tell you. Okay. So the plan worked. I got in. And the bruises that were inflicted upon him to sort of assist with his cover story of defecting to the Perch Guard still not quite, healed. He's still got black and blue. He was pretty badly beaten to assist with this intrusion. He says, "Well, okay, I snuck in. They bought it. It was remarkably easy, actually. They really liked the idea of a defector coming over to them. I'll be honest, I did say some rather unkind things about you, Major, but I didn't mean any of them.
I look forward to hearing them all later.
But the more
I want to roll an insight check. Did he really not enjoy?
Talking shit about Cat.
Go on then. He
13.
yes, he's quintuple agent. Yeah, he is being honest. This kid, I mean, you had to teach him to lie for this gig. So yeah, he has not a deceptive bone in his body. The fact that he has succeeded as well as he has is actually insane. He says, so I managed to. This morning everybody was in a bit of a flutter. The whole everything's coming to a head. I could feel it sort of. I mean, we all knew that this was. There was a lot of rumors going around the Perch Guard about what's going to happen and who's going to be called on to do what. It seems like the guard thinks that there's a couple of pretty much sure thing candidates. A lady Shadow Malt, who I think is your granny. Is that right? And then he looks over where you point and go, "Oh, right."
Spencer Diaz, Lady Iari Shadowmelt.
It's an honor. I honestly don't expect to see you here, because
A lot has changed in the last few days.
Cool. Well, okay, so she's a shoo-in, as far as the Perch Guard are concerned, and there's another guy called Wintervale that you may have heard of.
First name?
Ajax.
Is that the father?
That's
or
daddy,
brother?
isn't it?
Nils Wintervale's dad, yeah.
Dad.
The motherfucker.
They've also gone and elected a new, this was this morning, there's a new high priest. And Viscar goes, "What?" Yeah, apparently there's a new high priest of Alderheart. I'm sorry, Your Highness. There's someone's going to take on your job.
His
The
name?
Major wouldn't know what that feels like. And he sort of he sort of grins at you. The name is where did I write it down?
Julio Switchgear.
No.
Imagine.
Julio rips off his face to reveal a
Yeah,
face.
Mission Impossible
No.
style. Wow.
It's a Strig gentleman called Jorgen Highwind. And Viscar goes, "That pompous fool."
If
yes,
Visca thinks someone is pompous.
that actually tracks. That he's been after the job for years. He was my principal opponent when I was elected. I don't like the idea, though, that he's...
Look,
Is
I'm not
he
saying that
a
we push him
known-
out of the tree, but I'm just saying we could
mean,
push him out of the
He's a
Strig.
strig. It wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But it would be
It would
very
be funny.
funny.
Unless you tied his hands behind his back, which I would not endorse.
Visca, how does it
That sounds
happen?
like a war crime.
do you need to like give him actual like power over? Is religion and state separate around here, or?
No, not at all. I mean, I am on the council by virtue of the fact that I am the high priest of Alderheart, or I was until this morning. If my my brothers in the church, my brothers and sisters in the church, have elected a new one, I am out on my arse, as it were.
Is it possible they thought you were dead?
It's possible. I suspect more that they have been told that I have defected, that I have gone over to the other side, that I have betrayed the Alderheart, or the Amaranthines is probably far more their sort of taste. Titon particularly, it would seem, given what you told me. So my suspicion is I am being considered a traitor. I can fight this. This is not a done deal. But for the now, they have their third vote.
This gentleman they've replaced you with, I assume, and I'm going to look at him as well as that granny, that he's a member of the cult as well.
Iari would say, well, I've never heard of the man, but I haven't been involved. I imagine there was some degree of foul play involved, making certain someone appropriate to their goals, but at the same time, Visca, how involved in the cult were you? You were, as I understand it, at least theoretically on board before you knew too much. And he says, yes. Well, my discussion on the matter had been with the emissaries of Grandfather Titon, or actually Kren, as it turns out. But if they have given Jorgen similar enticements, then he need not be a member of the cult. Merely a faithful man seeking power within the church is really what all they needed to sell him with. They need not have inducted him, though it's entirely possible.
Like, you don't have to
know.
You don't have to join our cult. You just have to not do anything that would inconvenience it.
No, I imagine the temptations they offered him were significantly more material in nature.
So for a man of the cloth, he's a little more interested in the clink.
Not money, no, but power.
Right.
I imagine all he needed was your absence and a convenient excuse for it.
We did rather play into their hands a little bit, but they were always going to do that. They honestly can't convene a council without the High Priest of Alderheart on it, by law.
Question. Is there any mileage in you attempting to reclaim the High Priest title before the election? Is that something that, you can,
It is
kick the
not,
double doors open, storm in and go, hey, this is my seat?
I doubt I would be allowed in.
Oh.
As things currently are, the only way that I could have been deposed so quickly is to have been it has been decided upon by the majority that I am a traitor, in which case I will be arrested as soon as I show my face, unless it is with significant armed forces at my side, and that would feel like a coup. So we have to do this, even though they're not playing by the rules. And he looks at Beta and Mentax, we have to play by the rules. We have to do this legally. It's the only way for it to work. Otherwise, we destroy the system that we're trying to protect.
I'm not concerned. We already have several methods of of making things right again. I still think that you should join Julio in reconsecrating the temple and the roots. I don't think that this should affect our plans. And
No,
I'm
no.
sure
People can,
that
people
You
can
don't
still
understand.
vote.
That's not the thing I needed to warn you of, says Spencer.
Well, get to the point before you bleed all over the floor.
I was just taking a moment. Sorry. No, they. I heard. I managed to sneak close to some of the senior officers, and they were having their final briefings. There was a dark-robed gentleman giving some instructions. They were talking about an insurance policy, a final solution. In fact,
I hate those two words together.
well, that was what sort of perked my ears up to it, as it were. They actually also mentioned the major's name by name.
Oh, great, I matter.
You are important, congratulations. If any, I believe the wording was, if Glitterweave or Seridan make some sort of play and it looks to be going your way, they're gonna do something. They've got a final plan, something to completely to turn the people against you.
Can I guess, mentally sort through my life and think of anything that either could be,
Oh, like blackmail.
that could be used against me or could be
Yeah, sure. Make a history check.
like interpreted or presented in a way that would make me look really bad.
Sure, absolutely.
I will give Cash guidance.
There's a lot.
What? Yeah, I was a criminal for a long time.
Yeah.
But everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what check do I need to roll?
History. With guidance, so a plus
With
1d4.
guidance. Ooh, 21, even before guidance.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cash. I mean, yeah.
So
Ooh, with max on the
25 with
25.
guidance.
Okay.
Nice.
Cash, you start scanning back through your memory, like a lot of red flags jump up. Like, if they wanted to, they could smear your name from here to next month. Just with your previous associations with the Bandit Coalition, the way you have been a leader within the Bandit Coalition and the Wildwood Brigade, just your managerial style, the ousting.
I knew they fired you.
The ousting of Nils Wintervale, the way that they did that, the way that you did that rather, could very well be described as that's not okay. Like anybody wanting to paint you in a bad light, it's a lot of the things you've done could be, if the story was told by somebody who didn't like you, you can easily see how it could be twisted. However, it also strikes you that anybody doing that, your response could be, you could explain a lot of, like, you can make you look bad, but you could also make you look good by the same arguments. Like, anybody bringing up that thing could also, if you then were there, like, denounce it. It's like, well, yeah, I did that because of this. So you don't think, like, you are quite famous, not super famous, but quite well known as a major leader within the Wildwood Brigade who did go out and fight the elementals to save the Alderheart. You are known to be a savior. So making you look bad, it occurs to you that it's probably not that. It's probably not going to be just trying to use your past against you.
Cash, the young gentleman just said both you and the general, if either one of you makes a move, which makes me feel like they have something stronger and more potent and more sinister to turn the people against you. I'm afraid they might be talking about something that is more than just persuasion. Maybe magic of some kind. I don't know.
Or staging something.
Or staging, yeah.
Eric and Julio, you can make. What would this be? I think straight intelligence. You can both make straight intelligence checks.
Right. And how smart are you, Eric? Real smart?
A little. +2.
+2. Okay, I'm gonna give you guidance then.
Okay.
Go.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll my +1. Ooh, it's a natural 2021.
Julio.
Nice.
Julio, it occurs to you that this cult summon elementals.
Yeah.
They're really good at it. It tends to be their solution to things. That like you're thinking about, God, what might they do? Well, they are really good at that.
Yeah. So magic-y solutions might include just dropping an elemental in.
Or making it look like you and the general have been responsible for summoning them.
Yes, and then the fact that you went to war against elemental would not look like such a big
And you've
It
spent
would look
the last,
staged.
you've
look
spent the
staged.
last 3 months hunting down specific elementals, like you're a specialist in elementals.
Yes.
So they could theoretically be trying to paint me as a member of a long-running conspiracy to actually permit the elementals into the Humblewood instead of ejecting them. Is that what
I
we're-
wonder where they would get that idea from.
The thing is,
I'm trying to remember that saying. It's basically when someone accuses someone else of doing something really dodgy, and it's actually because they've been doing it and they're trying to deflect. And there's a saying that sums it up beautifully, and I can't remember what it is.
I believe it is thou who smelt it dealt it.
I have heard
yeah,
this
very,
one.
very eloquent, Eric. So, Kesh, the fact that we know about this now might give us a little bit of a heads up on trying to get ahead of them. So we know that we want the guards that came back with the general to patrol the city, and I'll try my best to persuade the people in the root system to go and vote, to not get scared of it. Is there anything we can give to people in the moment there as proof that you and General were the good guys all along? Do we
Well,
have those scrolls?
Until the general chimes in, until an elemental is summoned, there is no need. And when an elemental is summoned, then we may have to slay it. It is their word against yours. But the people would see the person slaying an elemental.
See, that's the problem. I'm really good at killing elementals, and it's not going to do much for their credibility if I'm busy killing the thing that they say.
Unless it kills you.
Well, there is that. Hopefully not. I have
No, it's actually a great
you
idea.
can-
Cash should die.
What?
Yeah. Cash should die trying to protect the city, and then we pray to Alderheart and resurrect her. That is a gamble, but that shows how committed Cash is. There's no way to stage that. She'd be dead, and then she wouldn't be.
This is
I-
not what I was meaning.
I have an alternative proposal.
Yeah.
Eric, do you want to go first?
I was just going to say I don't love the idea, but I believe I have a way of jump-starting the spark of life if you were to die.
Oh, great.
But let's make that our plan D.
This is conjecture as well. We do not know that is what they are planning. Merely
Yeah, sorry, I just got
Alternative theory.
excited by the dramatic.
If they are particularly worried about me, I could not be here. Like, obviously, I'm here, but is it better perhaps if I'm disguised? So if they're looking for, a big dramatic cash takedown, I'm nowhere to be seen.
Major, I don't. With all respect, I don't. It wasn't so much your name came up among a list of about a dozen others, including Council Speaker Beta and Mr. Mentax. There's a few others. It wasn't just. And if Kesh Glitterweave comes along when we summon a big elemental to kill her, It was if anything seems to be going not their way, they had a solution for it. Was more the phrasing. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not feeling great, and things sort of ran away there.
So it's not so much they're targeting me, it's just anyone like me that might be problematic.
You are known to be a person of interest to them, I think is mostly what it is.
I am quite problematic.
So, I mean, even if you're there, Banner Saradin says, and I think the whole point of this next stage is going to be being visible. That is how we rally the people. I don't think this is a solution. It is a problem we will have to overcome, not a thing we can avoid, unless you know how to stop the summoning. If that is what they are going to do.
Well, we might be able to stop a summoning. It depends where they do it, whether we notice in time, and how they're doing it. I mean, it feels awfully like we're just going to have to forge ahead and deal with it as it happens, but I hate doing that.
I'm going to go through my pack and go through all the paperwork and evidence and stuff that we have gathered. And I will look to Kesh as well, because it might be more likely to have this than I do. Did we ever get the physical briefs of our targets, our early elemental targets, from Larimar?
Yeah, probably.
Because if we have evidence that Larimar had ordered us to to go for these targets, then that will at least be something that's not like, oh, we're gonna go kill this thing that we decide to kill.
Yeah, we weren't just doing it for fun. We were ordered to.
At the very least, Larimar would be implicated.
Yeah. Also, there is the manual of the cults that we found on how to summon, which is quite culty and might incriminate them.
Or incriminate you if it is found upon your person.
Yeah,
well, not if we show it first, like, this is found.
Unfortunately, there isn't an author's note on it, so it's not like it's by Larimar.
Well, Iari chimes in and says, well, I think Eric and I should get going if we're going, and we will see what we can find out.
Yeah, if you get wind of it,
we need to move if we're going to, or we just let them walk right in. And there's an element of the number of lives lost if they do summon an elemental. Should we try? But we must. I think
we must try.
We can do little else. Kesh, I will take Council Speaker Beta. You take Councilman Mentax, and we will divide our forces and go through the city, rallying the people. We will give a small guard to Mr. Switchgear. I apologize. Julio, is it?
Yes.
May I give you a brevet promotion to lieutenant?
Of what?
Of the Wildwood Brigade.
Am I in Wildwood Brigade?
No.
Oh.
I need somebody who can command these men. They will answer to you, yes?
Lieutenant Switchgear reporting for duty.
It need not be a long form thing, but for today.
So you're gonna fire me?
That's what a brevet.
There's a lot of that going around.
Afterwards we can talk. I understood you are already spoken for by some religion. She gives you a platoon, which is 4 squads or about 40 guys. These will protect you when you go down to the roots. Gather those you can and protect High Priest Visca. Because if he dies, we have no recourse to the election of a different one. And anyone who is prepared to allow, any high priest who is prepared to allow blatant corruption to get into their office is not one we can afford to have on the council, even if we succeed. Very well. I think now is the time.
Wait. I'm gonna step forward and I'm gonna grab Kesh's hand, and I'm gonna hold Julio's hand, and I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability at 4th level.
Wow. Big money.
Kesh and I are going to get Eagle's Splendor for advantage on charisma checks.
Nice.
And would I know, Julio being Tree Pope, would religious kind of stuff be channeled through charisma or through intelligence?
I think in Julio's case, charisma.
Great. So Eagle's Splendor and all 3 of us.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think that's going to be the most useful in this instance. Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. So.
Good luck, you two. See you back here
Good luck
soon,
to
yes?
us all.
Right.
And
Well,
if we
guys.
see smoke rising, let's run to that and kick the elemental's ass together, yeah?
Yeah.
So, Kesh. I will. So this is going to. The way I'm going to play this is I will jump between the 3 of you as you do these things. There are a couple of issues that will arise, and you have to figure out how you deal with them. Kesh,
Exciting!
how do you basically? What do you do? What is your intention? You are intending to go out and with a large number of your Wildwood Brigadiers, protect the people and encourage them to go vote, whilst also not start a fight with the Perch Guard.
Yeah. So we're gonna sneak out of town. We want to get out undetected, so everyone can we can get ourselves all sorted out, and information. Make it very clear that do not be provoked. They
So,
may try
Kesh, the way General Saradin says, I propose you start from the top up, top down. I start from the bottom up. We meet in the middle and then go to the council together. So, I will send your troops here. You come out of your secret hiding entrance while I come in through the front gate with Beta. She sends up a company, about 150 men and women. It's a very egalitarian organization. It's probably gender split's probably about 3-1, but yeah, there are plenty of women in the brigade. I mean, it's run by 3 women.
I was going to say, it sounds more like a harem than anything else. Reverse harem.
Yeah, the 3 senior officers are women. But yes, Kesh, can you give me your instructions to your troops?
Basically, I'll give them some simple phrases to repeat. We all need to go vote in the election. We're here to make sure no one is in any way hurt or dissuaded from doing so. Please let us know if anybody's in trouble.
So can you imagine you are giving a speech to your troops that have sort of...
Knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to nut it out. And he's going to be like, no, make your speech.
I mean,
Shit.
happily think it through first. But Captain Esticle, you've been given Esticle's company. Shen, the squirrel man, squirrel folk Esticle, is going to, would sort of stomp up to you and say, good to see you again, Major. Once more into the breach, is it?
Something like that.
So, what's the go? The boys and girls, my boys and girls are ready. But I understand we are to not be violent?
Yes, we need to
Right.
As much
Boys and girls, give the attention to the Major.
And all of them just like staring at Cash. It's not that she's not done this before. It just feels like very high pressure stakes right now. It's like,
Give him something inspiring.
good morning, everybody.
Good
morning,
morning,
Major
Major Glitterweave.
Thank you all for sticking with us through a series of very confusing events. We appreciate you all more than you could ever possibly know. As you are hopefully aware, the election is today. And yes. And we have decided that the best way to ensure a safe and peaceful place for the humble folk to live alongside the bird folk is to ensure that we can participate in the election and make sure that candidates that represent us and our needs are put forward and fairly elected. So today we will my accent's all over the shop because I'm thinking too hard. So today, please do not allow yourself to be provoked. There may be folks in there who want us to just get into a massive fight, show the worst sides of ourselves, and we mustn't. Obviously, you are more than allowed to defend yourselves, but if people start throwing rotten cabbages at anybody, just let it go. And no, I don't like telling you to do that any more than you're going to enjoy doing it. Our priority is to make sure that humble and bird folk are able to safely participate in the election. And yes, humble and bird folk, because everybody's voices matter. And that is the point, that everybody's voices matter. And so your job today is to make sure that everybody gets a chance to have their say. So, cool heads, warm hearts.
Can't lose.
Can't lose, but we won't. Yay!
Right you said, Major. Rightly said. All right then, boys and girls. Eyes on the Major, protecting Master Mentax. Let's do this thing. Do
we have like a little oorah sort of thing that we do as the Wildwood
I don't know,
Brigade?
do you? Major?
Not in the military. No idea.
You can have an oorah if you like. If you want to have an oorah.
Let's do an oorah. Brilliant. Oorah.
Yeah. Oor. Oorah.
I want the guards on the gate to hear just from somewhere in the woods a bunch of Humblefoot going oorah. And just
Yeah,
like,
the tree rumbles a little bit. Yeah. For the wood. For the oor. Yeah. Cool. So you do this. You head out into the streets. And yeah, there is a lot of fear out there. There is tumult. Almost immediately, it's almost like as you come out, a lot of bird folk see you and either shrink back in fear or actually run away. And it takes a little moment for your presence to be seen as benign. Or it's definitely aggressive, but definitely seen as aggressive, but not necessarily violent.
I would try and find some bird folk to talk to specifically.
Yep. So going in ones and twos and small numbers and yeah.
Yeah, and just basically be like, good morning. We're here to make sure everyone can proceed safely to vote in the election. Feel free to walk with us or before us or behind us.
Yeah.
Let us know if you have any trouble.
So you come out in the market and you manage to get flag down a couple of stall holders. Everyone's sort of frantically packing up, seeing 100 armed soldiers coming out, sort of appear almost out of nowhere. Like, everyone's like, the fuck? Where did they all come from? An alleyway, as it turns out. So, it's like, hello, I'd like to talk to you about democracy.
Hello, can I introduce us to our Lord and Savior of voting?
Can you make me a persuasion check, please? With advantage, because Eagle Splendor.
Thank you. Brendan. Sorry, it was persuasion.
Yes.
Yeah, I need that advantage because I have absolutely nothing added to my vote.
16. Fortunate.
Oh my god.
Thank God for that advantage. It would have been a crit
it's a
fail and I
1
get
or a
stabbed
16.
to death by bird folk in the marketplace.
Your initial overtures go over quite well. And the word begins to spread. Mentax is there by your side saying, peace, everyone, peace. It is everything. Words of my defection have been greatly exaggerated, I'm sure. And he, between your words and those of Mentax, people begin to calm down and word begins to spread. You notice off in the distance a group of perch guard shouldering their way through the marketplace to you. A squad of about a dozen, led by a tall loomer man with a plume of feathers on his helmet, an officer, you would guess probably a captain. And he sort of strides up to you and chest puffed out, half-plate armor. He is resplendent, and he says, citizens, please lay down your arms. You are not permitted to, the laws do not permit you to carry significant armaments within the Alderheart. I must ask you all to render yourselves to my detainment. And he is backed up by a dozen perched guard with halberds at the ready. You outnumber them 10-1, but what do you do?
Wildwood Brigadiers are allowed to carry weapons in the city, aren't they?
They absolutely are.
I think you'll find... can I tell what rank he is?
He's captain.
Good morning, Captain. I think you'll find that Wildwood Brigadiers are more within our rights to be armed within the city walls so we can carry out our duties properly.
He says, the Wildwood Brigade has been proven to be not a less than reputable, less than loyal, less than reliable institution, and I believe, you will find, Major has been disbanded.
Oh, well, nobody told us about that, so until we have formal notification of our dissolvement, we will continue to carry out our duties as commanded.
His guard are being very aggressive. They are, you can tell they are trying to provoke your brigadiers. So, Kesh, whilst you are dealing with this guy very well, what do you do next, really? He's like, Major, I am afraid I must insist. In fact, he doesn't call you Major. He says, ma'am, I am afraid I must insist. If you are, as you say, law-abiding citizens of the wood, I am sure we can sort this all out. If you would please, however, for the time being, put down your weapons and accompany me to the guard headquarters.
Is he speaking, like, kind of loudly so everyone can hear?
Oh, yes.
I'm not gonna... I don't want to say I puff myself up, but I definitely try and, like, look as authoritative as my small...
You and your group are... It is chalk and cheese. He has with him a dozen polished and shiny armed soldiers, all quite big, all quite buff. They look like bruisers. They are well trained. It's the difference between like a group of soldiers who have just come off the front lines and an honor guard that have never been on it. Two probably very competent groups of soldiers, but one who have a lot of practical experience and the mud and grime to show for it. You, on the other hand, yours are in leathers, and they have marched for the last 3 days to get here, so they are not the cleanest or the least pungent group of individuals. The armaments are a motley assortment of short swords, bows, the occasional spear and shield combo, whereas these guys are all uniformly half plate with spear, with halberd and shield. And there is the bulk of the people there are neither kind of soldier. The bulk are just average citizens watching how this plays out. So yeah, you puff yourself up. How do you resolve this? How do you make this move forward?
I'll be like, Captain, I understand where you're coming from. I do. But I'm sure you're aware this is a very important day for everybody. And our number one priority is to ensure that matters proceed calmly and safely for all the citizens of Alderheart. And I would be reluctant to put forth any commands that might cause people to panic. As we all know how that sort of situation can quickly become dangerous. For
Madam,
people who...
that is entirely my intention as well. I am asking that you lay down your arms so that violence cannot occur. Violence need not occur if only one side is armed. So, please.
Well, here's the problem. If only one side is armed, then the other side is going to feel awfully vulnerable. And I have a responsibility to make sure that those people are not vulnerable, particularly today.
You need to get moving. You need to get past this guy. Kesh,
all right.
you can make me an insight check.
Okay. $13?
13. Kesh, they are doing everything except make the first move.
Okay.
A couple of them have the points of their halberd. A halberd being, it's basically an axe and a spear at the same time, and so the points of their halberds are in some cases inches from your brigadier's chests, and your brigadiers are not rising to it because you just told them not to. What do? You outnumber him 10-1.
I say, well, unfortunately, unless you are able to present me with some higher authority to back up your command, we will be proceeding as planned and commanded by our superiors. Forward, everybody! And just kind of just like...
You part around him. And he is a little rock, a little stone, a little phalanx in the path of the brigade, as your company basically just... Shen Esticle says, "My platoon, this way," and goes one side while the other half follow you and Mentax. And you just walk around him. And you leave him sort of spluttering in your wake. Julio, you head down into the roots with your smaller but still not insignificant group of soldiers. Where do you head first? You are wanting to go to the temple, or are you wanting to go and find the prospective councilman?
I have 40 guys with me.
About that, yeah.
Right. So I order 20 of them to start spreading the word around the root system about gathering in the old temple. And if people need protection as they get to it, then they escort them to there.
Very well.
It's yes. And the other 20, we're gonna swing by Privet to deliver a personal invitation, and then we're gonna go and start preparing the temple. The guys make sure that no one disturbs us as we do that.
Very well. All right. In which case, you arrive at Privet's home. You, I don't think, knew where Privet lived. You'd only heard of the guy rather than actually met him before. But as you get there, you are directed there, like he is known well enough in the neighborhood, given recent history with him. As soon as you are told where, you know the place. Because you encountered him on your way, I think, either from or to the life plane. I think on the way to...
Oh, was it the guy that was...
Yes. There was
hassled?
an elderly hedge couple being hassled by some perch guard about 4 or 5 days ago. And this is the house that you guys stopped that at. You get there and you're like, oh, I actually do know this guy. There is a few people out and about and around and confirm that this is his house, but the door is closed and there is nobody in evidence at the house.
Okay. I'll make sure that the guards, the people with the weaponry, stay a little bit further away. I don't want them
They
being next
spread
to the
out
house.
into a large cordon and go from door to door saying, hey, everybody, we're going to go up and vote. We're all going to make sure everything is protected and that sort of there. But there is 20 of them nearby. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I knock at the door and I say, Sir Privet, I don't know if you remember me. A few days ago, you were being very aggressively hassled by the purge guards. Me and my friends stopped by, and my friend Eric was very cool and sent them off their way. I would very much like to speak with you, if that's all right. I promise you will be safe if you open the door. No one's gonna touch you anymore.
The door is opened by a woman. A hedge woman. You recognize her. She was his wife. And she says, he's not coming out. I won't let him.
You won't let him?
No.
Well, okay, can I come in then? I would very much like to speak with him.
You'll take him, and he's going to get even more hurt.
Is he hurt now?
Yes.
Well, let's deal with that then first. I can help him. I'm a healer.
And Viscar, who is at your shoulder, says, yes, please, Miss... and she says, Mavis. Mavis Shrubrow. High Priest Viscar. Make me a persuasion check, please.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and my friend Viscar's here.
Yeah, this is my buddy Viscar. You may have heard of him. He's kind of a big deal.
It's pretty cool. We're Pope buddies.
We're in the Pope Club. It's natural 20, 30.
Natural for 30. Okay. She's like, yes, well, yes, I suppose. Come in. But you're not taking him. And yeah, she brings you in and actually shows you the house is quite small. Like Julio is a Jobin. He is not a big chap. But even Julio feels a little cramped in here. It is a burrow. It is Karen. This only helps Karen, but yeah, the house in Cardiff. It is everything is like 80% of the right size, and you enter through the front door, and immediately there's a staircase leading up, and then there is a door to your left, and the door to your left contains the living room and dining room, and then beyond there is a small kitchen preparation area, food, and then upstairs there is a bedroom which she takes you up to. The three of you are this house could total, as in if you wanted to put as many human beings into it as you could, 12 before you ran out of space. And yeah, you get there and you find in a housecoat, sitting on his bed, badly beaten and bruised, one eye swollen shut, you find an older hedgeman named Privet.
Privet. Hello, Privet. Do you remember me from a few days ago?
I do. Hello.
Hello.
He tries to get up actually when he sees you and Visca. Visca says,
Oh,
"Please,
no.
my friend, no, that is unnecessary. Please sit. We understand from your lovely wife that you have taken a bit of an injury recently." And he says, "Yes, yes, there was some ruffians were sent to dissuade me from running for council. And when that didn't work, different threats were made. It's not why I stopped, but I cannot protect my wife.
Well-
Except by doing as they ask.
We can protect your wife. I'm here. My name is Julio, by the way. Julio Switchgear. Very nice to meet you officially. I'm here representing Cash Glitterweave, the protector of the Older Heart, representing the Wildwood Brigade. I've been very swiftly promoted to lieutenant. And I'm here representing the will of the whole Older Heart. And I take off my eye patch to show my glowing green eye and say, we're here to make things right. And I know that you have suffered already for trying to make a difference. And I turn to Mavis, and I know that you feel horribly worried about your husband. I cannot fault you for that. However, we here are... This is our last stand to protect Older Heart. We are gathering everyone in the root system, in the old temple, and me and Visca we are all together trying to change what's happening. Both you and your wife will be protected by the Wildwood Brigade. And I cannot ask you myself to run for council, but I am asking you to attend the meeting that I will be holding there and just listen to what we have to say and see what the people think. And it is up to you to decide if you want to run again or not, but I can give you my word that if anyone gives you trouble, both me and the brigade will protect you to the best of our ability.
One more persuasion check, please.
Okay.
You can do it with your plus 10.
I can do it.
Hopefully.
I can do it. 20.
Filthy 20. Very well. He says... He doesn't look at you. He looks at Mavis. And he says, "My darling." She says, "No, no, no. I forbid it." And he gets up and holds her hands very slowly and just takes her by the hands. He says, "My love, this is important. Now that I am certain you will be protected, it is something I must do. Not for us, but for everyone else." And he says, he turns to you, Julio, and says, "Lead on, Lieutenant Switchgear."
Thank you. And as I say thank you, I also remember. Oh, and yeah, wait, let's take care of this first. I cast Healing Word.
I've got it. Visca says, you may need your magic. And Visca says, "You, Master Shrubro, is it? Yes. You are a very brave man." And puts it braver than I think. I ran, you did not. And he puts his hand on Privet, and Privet stands a little straighter. His eye sort of cracks open as he glows a little with a soft yellow light, briefly. A few of his spines straighten. They were kinked and bent before. Eric. You are led to the council chambers by your granny.
Please tell him. Please tell me she's like chiding him along as they go. It's like,
I-
come on now, Eric, pick up those claws.
She is now. Iaria leads you to the council chambers, though they have changed somewhat since you were last here. Firstly, it's daytime.
Do we have the opportunity to talk on the way, or
Yep,
are we too
absolutely
exposed
you
for
can.
that?
No. I believe you two are probably trying to travel a little bit incognito. At least initially, and just two regular Corvum out walking for the day. The meeting isn't scheduled for a couple of hours yet, so yeah. She says
We would both have advantage on stealth checks in the shadows, so that's a thing.
Yeah. She says, so I know that they're probably having a meeting right now, a sort of pre-election briefing on how best to go about it. So they will be at the council chambers, which is where we should probably head if we're wanting to find out what the go is.
Who are you expecting to see there?
Well, Larimar and Sobel, the current sitting council members, are not up for re-election. This is a special general to elect a full new council to bring the numbers back up. So if this Jorgen Highwind has been elected, I don't know the man, by his peers, then the two spots on the council that are looking to be filled are one that has been promised to me, and the other that has, by the sound of it, been promised to Ajax Wintervale. An interesting choice, but not a bad one necessarily, as in from their point of view. He's an awful gentleman, but whatever. He's similar, I think. My read on the man is very similar to me in some ways. He's about his family. He's in it for the name, you know. Unfortunately, his family have nowhere near the standing ours do. Upstart, really.
So he would potentially be malleable to material incentives?
Like this Jorgen, he's in it for the power. Though he might also be faithful, I don't know. Like I say, I don't know the man very well. I only know what I've heard. I haven't been in the Older Heart society for a little while now. Honestly, it's been quite pleasant, but, you know, family comes first.
Yes. That black-hooded gentleman that Private mentioned, does that sound like a foul to you?
Could certainly be. If there are more than the two that were guarding me, and you've already met and killed another...
We killed another, and we had word of a fourth or also being killed.
And you say they were identical?
Yes.
But then we have no idea how many there are, really. Sounds rather like some nasty ritual they did to themselves. In which case there could be any number of them. They seem to be the cult's primary operatives. So it could well be.
You also mentioned that you thought that Mother's affliction may have been a way of keeping you under their influence. So I suspect it would be best for us not to mention that we've cured her.
No, I wasn't planning on it. Thinking on it more, they've demonstrated some capacity to control elementals. There was an elemental in her.
Yes.
I wonder for how much longer. Could well have been to replace me. She is my next in line.
Yes.
And I am very old.
Well, your feathers aren't so grey yet, grandmother.
Thank you for noticing, darling. Well, as you get there to the council chambers...
May I ask, sorry, what capacity are you going to be bringing me in as?
Well, my newly converted grandson, with an eye for training you. If it appears that my daughter is dying, which she definitely is, don't say otherwise, then I need a new heir. One of the direct
And
line.
I'm the oldest.
Technically, yes. So you are there as my second. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Very well. Iari leads you to the council chambers. Though they have changed a little bit since the last time you were here. The security, for example, is quite a bit tighter than the last time you and Julio were here. And none of it is perch guard, is the main noteworthy thing. They have the vibe of something between private military contractors and brigands, with a few robes and cowls mixed in. No overall uniform or visible rank markings, but almost all are bird folk, and none look like they should be trifled with.
Just so I can get the vibe, do they look like they are military trained, or do they look closer to the gangs that we tangled with at the prison camp?
Definitely the gangs at the prison camp. Probably
Yeah.
similar vibe there, yes.
Yeah.
With a smattering of actual, what you would think would be cultists
Yeah.
mixed in as well. And
I-
in some cases, the line is very thin.
Before we get in, I meant to say this before. I still have that fucked up symbol of Titan, so I'm just going to wear that prominently.
Yeah, I assumed, yes. So she gets there and she says, she introduces herself to two of these burly people, really, out the front, guards, and you discover that they are the newly created Order of the Council Prefectors. A council's own guard, because the council does not feel the Perch Guard is capable of looking after them anymore. And you are told it with some degree of pride by one of these ruffians.
Who looks like he'd cut your throat for your granny's milk money.
Looks like the kind of guy that Privet was describing when he was talking to Julio. And exactly, you are ushered when Iari basically says, "Hello, yes, I am Iari Shadowmalt. I am here to see my hopefully future council member friends. Come on, chop." And there is a little bit of they are a bit taken aback of being just like, "Come on, fuck off," from an old lady. But
Is there an opportunity for me to chime in here?
you certainly may.
I think you'll find that if you check the office of the speaker, her portrait will be hanging up there.
Yeah, make a persuasion check, Eric, on behalf of Granny.
That's a good callback. Nice.
It is, yeah. It's not her portrait; it's her great grandmother.
Oh, I thought she had been speaker at one point.
No, she was a council. I don't think so. But I don't think Iari has. But
Okay.
yeah, I think her mother was.
Yeah. Instead of persuasion, can I make this intimidation, please?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's a 7.
Wow.
With advantage.
With advantage.
Yeah.
You're in -1.
Yes. I have always been -1 for
But
charisma.
for persuasion
We're not
as well.
very charismatic.
Yes.
We all use the dump stat. Leave us alone.
No, it's not a problem. I was just like, I thought you were like, why did you
No.
select intimidation instead of persuasion if you weren't proficient
They're
in
the
it?
same number.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
Remember me charming, me convincing the wake worm was a freak
No,
of nature.
I
because-
do
yeah.
remember. I just forgot that. Honestly, I only thought, oh, he must be proficient in intimidation. That does track, and then you weren't, and I was
Yeah.
surprised.
No.
I was like, then why did
In
you?
this party,
Yeah.
Julio's
No.
like sweating with his +10 on persuasion. He's like,
Yeah. Please, someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't talk him into shit.
The guy doesn't like make a move particularly quickly, but he is still sort of obliged to do what she wants. He just doesn't fucking hurry because you told him to. Iari is not to be said no to, and you are shown up within a couple of minutes. It just takes possibly a little longer than you would like. Sobel and Larimar are in the room in Beta's office. It's not Beta's anymore because Sobel is sitting in the chair behind the main desk. However, yes, you do see your great-grandmother's portrait on the wall. If it isn't, I do sort of, I'm. The problem is my notes are gone, so I can't remember. But yeah, one way or
At the very
other.
least, she has been on the council before, right?
Yes, I believe she has. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sobel greets Iari. Iari, a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. How was your trip out from Brackenmill? It was fine, thank you. Long, disgusting, but I'm here now. Larimar, lovely to see you, my dear. Iari, how is your lovely daughter? Hanging in there. Didn't really want to leave her side. She's not well at all. But, needs masters the death elemental drives. So, what's the go then, gentlemen and lady? This is my grandson, Eric. He is standing as my heir apparent, technically speaking. So he is here to listen in, learn at my feet, as it were. Priest Jorgen Highwind, as I recall. Pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. And she basically does the introductions, goes around the room, gets the lay of the land, and yes, you meet a couple of.
Is Wintervale here as well?
Yes, you meet a Strigg in a priest's garb and a Corvan man with a high-collared shirt and an expensive-looking doublet, who nods stiffly at you. So here's the trick. Larimar, when she mentions that you're going to be learning at her feet, Larimar says, now that's a little bit interesting, actually, Iari. Eric, good to see you again. I hope you'll understand, Iari, but I'm a little bit confused. I was under the impression that your grandson was not really to be trusted. So, how does it stand here now? Have you had a change of heart, young man?
I have, on several accounts. First and foremost, with my mother's impending death, I realized how important my family is to me. Secondly, I have had a number of difficulties with this tapping to my red feather. And as I understand it, you may have some friends who may allow me to better control the fire within me. Thirdly, while I was on my regrettable outing, I was concerned with how pitifully easy it was to conquer every force of opposition that we came across. So I felt that perhaps I could help with that little problem.
What check are you looking to make? It is a convincing check. All right, very well. Then make me one of them. I think it's intimidation. Let's say intimidation.
Yeah.
That's
it's not
badass,
deception.
though.
It's
well,
not deception.
kind of, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, oh, you guys suck. I'm gonna fix that.
Yeah.
You need all the help you can get.
Oh, yeah. That's
There
an
it is.
18.
An 18. Larimar is not happy with this answer. She is satisfied with it, but she is not happy with it. However, Sobel and Ajax Wintervale chuckle warmly. There's a shadow mold for you there.
Knew he'd come round to our way of thinking. What?
Good. And in fact, that is Wintervale's voice. Good. Yes, Iari, you've raised another splendid generation there. Looking forward to many, many more years of the Shadow Mold line in a position of authority, as it should be. It's disgusting.
Have you detected your
redeem the
toffee
D4
laugh,
as well.
Eric? So, yes.
Please, we Shadow Mods don't laugh more than once. It's not
think-
becoming.
I think Eric also have a D4 now.
Eric does look like he has a D4, but by treasure. Thank you very much, Treasure,
Hoggy.
bloody champion. Cool. So, yes. Eric, you managed to inveigle yourselves of these folks. We will cut back to Kesh, but before we do that, we will have a short little breaklet while we go and refresh ourselves and be back in 5 to 10. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Vast ahoy and g'day once again, mateys. We be back, or at least I be back, because I just noticed we got raided. Apologies, raiders. Thank you very much for joining us. EJO, thank you very much for the biddies, you bloody champion. Dread, you excellent individual. Thank you so much for bringing your lovely peeps here. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We are having our season finale of Humblewood of Monsters and Magic. This is the finale of season 4, episode 49. Which is pretty hectic. And the guys are dealing with basically, it was looking like a race war in the Humblewood. The Humblewood is a homebrew setting by the Hit Point Press, or a third-party setting by the Hit Point Press that I have taken and run with. And so there is various humble and bird folk. Humble folk being all animal, mammalian animal folk. And the party contains 3 individuals at the moment: Kesh Glitterweave, a Mapatch or Raccoon folk, Julio Switchgear, a Jabeen or a Mouse folk, and Eric Ashbourne, a Dusk Corvum. Taken and run pretty well. Thank you very much, Tony. Yes, and the Corvum are Crow or Raven folk. And at the moment, they are trying their level best to basically balance out this this inherent racial inequality between the bird folk who sort of run everything and the humble folk who also live here and don't really get a huge amount of a say in it. And they have uncovered of late a cult that is very much trying to ensure bird folk supremacy. And we're on election day, and the gang is trying to make sure an orderly election happens, the one that it could even be vaguely described as actually democratic. A 3-pronged attack is being done, each with their own skills and their own resources. Eric and his grandmother Iari, who is one of the primary picks for a new seat on the council, and a powerful lady in her own right, have headed to the council chambers to sort of get the lowdown on what's going down, going forwards from the conspirators that have driven out the more egalitarian side of the council. Kesh is leading. Kesh is a major in the Wildwood Brigade and is leading her troops to rally the people and protect them so that they can vote freely and openly. And Julio is doing his tree pope best to rally the humble folk who live in the roots, the poor, the downtrodden, and the dispossessed, to basically try and even the numbers out a little bit. That is the approach that is being taken, and we will jump back into it. So Dread, thank you very much for the raid, you splendid bean. I'm just going to drop a shout out out, if there is any bizarre individuals in chat who are not already following Dread, you can head over to the Dreaded GM and chuck a follow there, because Dread is an amazing DM, and I have learned an awful lot from watching him over the years. He is a bit of a mentor of mine in the streaming space. He's a bloody legend, and we copy him very thoroughly when we do our favorite moments at the end of our streams. That is something we have stolen unapologetically from him. So, Kesh, let us get back into it, because it's a big one and we don't want to waste any time. Kesh, you have succeeded in avoiding getting entangled with the perch guard on the streets. You are basically just breezed right past them. They are trying to provoke violence, but they cannot be seen to be the ones to start it. So your troops are being very well behaved, and given that they were not that long ago fucking brigands. Like, this is reformed bandits we're talking about. In your company is Corporal Ool, the massive owlbear strig thing that is Corporal Ool, and even Corporal Ool is managing to keep his cool, if you will. I think a canny leader like Kesh would probably have assigned Corporal Ool as personal bodyguard to the councilman Mentax, because he is fully capable of shielding physically half of Mentax's body at any one time. He's just an enormous guy. He doesn't wear clothes, he wears just pants. He doesn't wear armor or anything else. He is a berserk, and you know him to be a berserk. He carries a battle axe. He doesn't get paid. He basically you just make sure he's fed. He doesn't understand the need for money. He is thick as two short planks and twice as lovely. Yes, Corporal Ool. The Ool will protect Councilman Mentax. Come, tiny one! Mentax has taken something of a shine to Corporal Ool, actually. He thinks he's rather brilliant. And he's like, I'm with you, Corporal. Excellent. So, Kesh, you are leading your troops through the streets, rallying the people. You have... Yeah, can you tell me how you do this? After this initial confrontation with the Perch Guard, they realize that you are not going to be dissuaded, nor are you going to be detained. But your troops are being shadowed by Perch Guards. What do you do? What orders do you give? How do you approach the situation?
I am going to subtly move throughout my assembled soldiers, and I'm basically going to casually kind of end up walking next to a few of the sneakier ones. And I'm basically going to be like, don't react. Just keep looking like everything's fine. And basically I'm going to find at least 3 super sneaky deaky ones.
Yep.
And I'm basically going to tell them to fall back and try and get behind the people who are the Perch Guard that are kind of tailing us.
With what means? With what intent, Major?
Well, if it turns into a shit fight, I want you to make as large and inconvenient a distraction behind them as you can possibly manage.
Very well, Major.
Say you have a magic spell that could be used to explode something.
I'm sure we could. You're talking to Shen Esticle at this point. You know Shen is a sneaky operator, and he's got a team that you can, like, yeah, this. So he's got a squad that he could assemble very easily of operators. And he says, I think we can probably engineer something along those lines, Major. You leave it to me.
Yeah, it's like, basically, if shit goes down, I want you guys behind them, just making enough trouble for a force multiple times your size, so they feel like they're penned in on both sides.
Oh, Major. Perch guard are our speciality.
And it's like, just remember, we are not provoking anyone.
I would never, Major. You know me.
Oh, absolutely. Just wanted to make it absolutely clear in case I have to defend myself in a court of law.
No, Major. And he drops the facade for just a moment. He says, "No, Major, I do appreciate how serious this is. It will not be me or mine that starts this shit, but it will be us who finishes it."
Thank you, Captain.
An honor,
I
Major.
just want to say, Brendan, I completely agree with your comment. Shen definitely has small
absolutely.
explosives on him at all times.
I only blow the bloody
Yeah.
doors off. Cool. Kesh, you send this group, and about 10 minutes later, Shen reappears at your shoulder and says, "Major, you should be aware, whilst the Perch Guard have not done anything aggressive or of note, there have been no fewer than 3 assassination attempts made on Councilman Mentax. None got the arrow to the string, but my boys and girls are being very vigilant and have been quite surprisingly successful. You may want to... I mean, they're going to stop trying and find a different way, sir."
Right. Let's try and keep Mentax surrounded by us at all times.
A body of
Preferably
shield...
by some taller people.
I don't disagree, sir, but isn't it the point that he is seen?
Yes, I want him to be seen, but surrounded by massive bodyguards.
A difficult line to thread.
Ones that can cast shield.
Wise.
Yeah, if anyone has any magical
There
shielding
isn't a
spells.
lot of magic users in the brigade. Magic users are a fairly rare breed. You are one of the more magically gifted.
Yeah, I don't know if I can shield
I would
someone
allow
else,
in
though.
this instance to basically, if you're next to him and he gets attacked, you can interpose yourself and shield.
Cool.
Would be the trick.
I'll go shadow Mentax then. We can team up because I can do spiny shield.
Yeah. This is the trick. It's as Brendan says in chat, it's a private sector versus public sector problem. You just make more in the private sector. Yeah. So you and Ul sort of front and back. Mentax would say to you, "Major, the point is people can see me. If you surround me, it looks like we're worried." Which we are, I understand, but I am here to take the risk. I appreciate everything your people are doing, but I am not running anymore. So, you in front, and the good corporal behind, shall have to do. And if it doesn't, then someone has assassinated me, and that's very useful for you.
Yes, I'd just rather not have to.
Oh, it's not very useful for me. I'd rather not too. Mind you, your friend Eric said he had some means of... I'm not too cold.
Again, would rather not have to do that. All right, what we'll do...
I agree completely. So you stand right here, good lady. And he physically moves you in front of him. Kesh, make me a perception check. And can I get, in chat, someone a perception check for Corporal Ool?
Oh, Jesus. Do I still have an inspiration?
Yes.
I'm going to roll again.
Smart.
Could I make a request, Josh, that any assassination attempts be rolled by Bishop Blood?
So I rolled exactly the same twice, so 10. to perceive if anyone's going to kill this dude.
Yeah. And Crispin Crunch rolled... no, sorry, exclamation mark, perception, that's all. He rolled a D perception, and was unable to make the request on the dice. No, it's just exclamation mark perception. A 12, Crispin Crunch got. Ool has a +3, so, yes. Major Glitterweave. Troll Lord
Nothing, get shot in the back.
Hey, Troll Lord Chuck, good to see you, mate. Thanks for joining us, you bloody champion. I have seen that you have messaged me, and I will have a look in a moment, mate. I understand Chuck is not particularly well recently, so that is absolutely fine. But, yes. Kesh, you feel being... lurking and working is absolutely fine, mate. You feel Mentax and you sort of fly into your back as you fall forwards, as Ool turns around with a massive shout of "For the Ool!" and his battle axe comes off, and showing a moment of restraint that you did not believe this Ool possible, he backhands with the flat of his great axe a cloaked figure stabbing out with a dagger at the air Mentax very recently occupied. Kesh, the person ducks the blow and dives for Mentax. What do you do?
I just remembered I forgot to ask when we were having our short rest if there's any way for me to regenerate spell slots, but
No.
I don't think there is.
There is not.
Cool. I guess I'll just interpose
We could go
myself.
back to the life plane.
Were you out? Are you out of spell slots?
No. I'm out of 3rd level spell slots.
Oh. I was going to say Spiny Shield, but...
Yeah, I am going to Spine Shield. Basically, I've used up all of my 3rd level, a third of my 2nd level, and half of my 1st level. So I'm
Yeah.
not exactly resplendent with spell slots right now.
That's all right. Yeah.
Cool. I will interpose myself and cast Spiny Shield.
Very well. Roll me that Spiny Shield, please.
It reduces the damage dealt by 2d4.
1d8, actually, is my ruling on it.
Oh, yes, sorry. That's
It's all right.
still says to... I know we can't change it on the sheet.
Yeah.
Reduced by 6.
Very well.
And obviously does 6 back to the attacker.
It does. That is... You take 1 point of damage as this man lunges for you. And what does it look like, Kesh? When Eric does it, his feathers sort of stick up and stick out and become very pointy. What does it look like when Kesh casts Spiny Shield? Shiny Shield.
A kind of a bunch of green hedgehog spines kind of like appear in front of me.
Oh, that's right, yes. So, do you hold up your arm like a shield and a shield of hedgehog spines?
Yeah, basically I act like I've got a shield on my arm and basically a bunch of hedgehog spikes. Green and slightly sparkling.
Yeah. As he is running, he dashes forwards. His arm just goes through the shield that appears around your arm. It cuts the underside of your wrist on its way through, but it stops just shy of your chest. The tip of the blade stops just shy of your chest as he is impaled upon a dozen spines. They are lancing through him, and that might have been survivable for him were it not for an angry Ool, who reverses his swing, corrects the way he's holding his axe, and just plants the blade right in this guy's spine. And the body goes slack as your spiny shield fades. And
Can I ask, what does the guy look like?
he is a Corvum. He is a Corvum in a cloak. It is not the cloak of a cultist, more just somebody trying to be as incognito as possible. This is a stealthy assassin. He is wearing underneath it all, Kesh, you can see leather armor, but like the mismatched, patchy leather armor of a rogue, and not the class. I mean somebody who is just a thief and a bandit. It's probably a hired killer. Bunny Mum, thank you very much for the follow, you bloody champion. Avast, matey, you wee scallywag. You've got a bit of a challenge here as well, because we already...
Hello, mother of bunnies.
A fellow mother of bunnies is very interesting.
How many bunnies are you currently mothering?
So, the Ool and Kesh just put down an assassin, and Mentax looks up, eyes wide, and says, "That's 2 I owe you, I think." Or one for you and one for the Ool.
Oh, trust me, after today, I think I'll collect in the form of a snack and a bath.
And the Mentax takes this and says, "Do you see, people of Alderheart? Do you see what they want? They want us to fight. They want us to kill each other, but we must not. We must be honest and open with each other. That is what I stand for, and that is what I will help you to be. Come, follow us to the plaza." Very good, Cash. Julio, you lead Privet, Shrubrow, and his wife. His wife wouldn't want to come. Mavis would not want to come. And Privet actually says, "Do you mind leaving a couple of your soldiers here to protect her?"
And I also jump by Shayax and Mihai. Mm-hmm. Or if they are in the temple,
they'll be at the
that's
temple.
Good, but...
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
So you head to the temple. At the temple, you find a decent-sized crowd. Probably 200-300 people have gathered, way more than the temple can easily accommodate. They are outside, and Shayax is there. Mihai is inside. Shayax is outside. As I recall, he was a Luma. I think, or was he? No, he was a Jabin, wasn't he?
He's a Jabin, Jabin like me.
An older Jabin, and he is wearing. He has adopted a robe of late. Bunny Mum takes care of 7 bunnies at an animal rescue education farm, from 1 to 5 years old, as in 1 to 5 year old bunnies or children that come and watch them. That's amazing, Bunny Mum. We have but a single at the moment. We lost one of ours recently, very sadly, so we have an unbonded young lady.
She's very cranky as well.
We are in the market for a new husband for her. Yes, he is there. He is frazzled. He is like, Julio, what is going on? Oh my goodness. High Priest Visca. And Shayax looks at Visca like, "Oh shit, this is this?" And he looks at you, Julio, you can infer quite easily. He's like, "Is this okay? Because this is,
More than okay, don't you worry. This is, actually, Visca is going to be helping us consecrate the temple. And all of us, I think, after today...
I think.
Yes, reconsecrate. Yes, all of us, after today, will have a good, long discussion about the religious situation of the city. But right now, just know that we're all on the same side, and we have to protect the altar heart."
Yes, absolutely. Okay, great. Where are all these people come from? Are they here to worship?
The system.
I know that. I mean, just why? Why now? Why today?
Well, you know that voting is upon us. We needed a place where we need to gather.
Right.
And persuade them.
Okay. So yeah, I've been sort of spreading the word and looking, and Mihai and I have, yeah. All right. Well, excuse me, everyone. Hello. My name's Shayax, for those who don't know me, and I am a devotee of the Older Heart, like I know many of you are. Hello, yes, Sandy. Hi. And so my friend, my good new friend Julio here, is here to say something to you all. He's got a bit of a thing he wants to ask you, I think, and so please lend him your ears. And he gestures for one of the dozen chairs in the whole place. He pulls one up so you can stand up on it because you're a Jobeen and there are servants in this audience.
A question. We are inside the temple, right?
Kind of outside it. It's easier. There isn't really enough room inside it for everybody, so I feel like everyone's sort of been ushered out. So that everyone can see and hear you. It's better than being indoors.
Okay, that's good. Okay. So Julio will stand up on the chair and say, "Hello, good people of Alderheart. I know the times were rough recently, but I'm sure a lot of you have seen the presence of the Wildwood Brigade, and I'm here to tell you that we're back to protect you and your interests, and to take back our home."
Where did they go? Why did they leave us?
They went to the fortress because, as you know, the nasty rumors spread by the council right now made it impossible for operating without bloodshed, and that's the thing, we don't want bloodshed. The issue is, as you know, the voting is upon us, and many of you were beaten down and intimidated into not participating in your future. But we're here to protect you and to give you the chance to say your piece. The people up top, they only have as much power as you believe they do. But there's no noble without a cook in their kitchen, and there's no council without people who trust them, both birdfolk and humblefolk. And there is no Alderheart without humblefolk. No Alderheart without you. So, on behalf of the Wildwood Brigade and the Alderheart, and Julio will use the druid craft to summon a little bit of rustling of leaves and...
you are wearing your cloak as well.
Yes, I got my cloak back. On behalf of the Wildwood Brigade, Cash Glitterweed, and the Alderheart itself, I implore you to be brave and protect your home. This is the home that gave us peace, and now we need to do the same. Both humblefolk and birdfolk have to take part in its future, and it is time for us to vote and say what we think is good for this tree. I will turn to Privet and say, Privet, I do not have the authority to ask you of anything. But you can see how many people are gathered here. You can see how many people are invested in the future of this place. So it is up to you to decide if you run or not. But here we all are quite interested in seeing humblefolk represent the people of the roots.
Julio, he looks up at you and says, "Who am I to deny a request from the Alderheart itself?" And you look down, and Julio, the chair you were on has risen, as part of the root has actually lifted up to hold you up higher, while you're doing this speech. I think as an unintended side effect of your druid craft. And Privet is helped up onto another chair next to you and says, "Good people, if you'll have me, I will stand for you. I will stand at the council and I will fight for you, fight for your rights, if you will allow me. It is time that we take back our place in this city." And there is a... So, come, let us peacefully, my friends, peacefully return to where we belong. Julio Viscar turns to you and says, "Show me this temple."
Yes. and we
and
while
Privet-
people are talking.
Privet
Yeah.
is going to start. He turns to you and says, I will walk the streets and gather those who did not come, if I may borrow some of your men.
I will give him 30 out of 40.
Yeah.
And leave just the 10 to protect Viscar in this place.
Yeah. So yeah, he and the bulk of your men begin gathering people and then plan to meet you on the way up. While Shayax and Mihai and Viscar and yourself go into a very quiet and empty chapel.
As soon as we're in, Julio is like, oh, and his knees kind of like wobble.
And Viscar puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "That was well done. You have a gift for it."
Thank you. Oh yes, temple. That's a very cool thing for you to see here.
And Julio jumps up and gets the curtain away a little bit to show the life node there.
And well, as you're doing this, he says, "Yes, I feel like we were not fully on the same page as far as what my intent. I was here to reconsecrate for the Amaranthines," and he says this as you open the curtain. And the light of the Alderheart washes over his face. And Julio, you can feel the Alderheart talking to him. You can hear the words the Alderheart is saying. Deep within you, you can hear, "Welcome, kindness, peace, friendship, Amaranthines, friends, not apart, but with." And Mihai actually faints. She sort of just slumps to the ground. Not like out of the way unconscious, more just sort of her legs just give out. She's just sort of, as the connection ends, Shayax is crying. And Viscar turns to you and says, "But I was in error. This place needs no consecration, my friend. It is thoroughly, thoroughly consecrated. Just not
Yes.
by an Amaranthine. Or at
I'm
least
very
not
glad.
one yet."
I'm very glad you can see it and feel what I have felt all this time. In the future, I think we definitely need to have an open discussion about the religious situation, because by no means do I want to infringe on the belief in the Amaranthine. However, you can see Alderheart is our home and has a will of its own. And I would like it to be a place open for all.
There is a place for you in my synod, I think.
Oh,
If you will
two
take
promotions
it.
in one day?
Well,
Sure.
quite. I think it's not so much a place for you as you need it. This is becoming important. But today is not about that. However,
Yes.
I am very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Switch.
As am I. Your presence here is important for us. Thank you very much. Well,
Currently,
Let's go then.
you're a more important man than I.
shucks. Let's go.
Eric. Basically, they are discussing in front of you their plan. The discussion is... I mean, you are already aware of how elections work. The process in All the Heart is not quite the way we would do it in the real life in the meat space. It is a process of everybody who is standing for council, standing for a position, stands up and gives a speech, basically, why they would be a good pick for the position in front of the whole crowd, and then they select 3 people to ask them a question that they then answer, and on that basis people vote, and the voting is done by a collection of pebbles. Everybody is allowed to cast a pebble into a jar, each jar representing a different potential councilman. And they then weigh the jars. All pebbles are roughly the same size. If it is very close, they are poured out to count. But if it is clear that one jar is significantly heavier than another, they don't bother. It is an honoured tradition. It's not necessarily a brilliant tradition, but it is the way it's done, you know? So that is the sort of process, and there is some very disparaging remarks being made. Normally, it is unusual for more than 3 potential councilmen to be standing for a single position. Today, there is between 8 and 13 expected for each of the 2 positions that are currently up. So there is... yes. So they're not certain exactly, but they think there could be as many as 26. However, it is being talked about like it is a foregone conclusion that Iari and Ajax will be the winners. At least partially because they expect that any humble folk, there is Ajax actually says, amusingly, they've probably shot themselves in the foot a little bit. See, they have no organization. There are loads of humble folk who've put their heads in the ring, as it were, but they've got to convince their followers, enough of their followers, to follow them. So having fewer bird folk potentials has actually played into our hands. They've diluted their votes, as it were. We're going to be very easy today. I think Iari, you and I are going to be a clean sweep. The chat also turns to how Iari actually asks how the process went to get Jorgen his position. And everyone is mildly congratulatory, like sort of like, oh yes, well, it was well done, even though it's said with a tone of good job, but also we all know this was rigged. Like, it's not said, but it is, you can easily infer it. So Eric, the challenge here is, I presume you're wanting to figure out what the secret plan is. Yes. So how does Eric turn the conversation to what that might be?
Quite directly. Excuse me, I do hope you don't mind. And I will look at Larimar and say, you know just as well as I do that Glitterweave is quite tenacious and she's still out there somewhere. If he or Tarton forbid the general were to rear their ugly heads, do we have a failsafe for that circumstance?
Yes. If they stick their noses in, then they shall be cut off. There are a few different solutions. One is, well, I don't like to use the word assassins. They are both wanted criminals. So they will be arrested, but if they resist, or if it is otherwise difficult to detain them without bloodshed, we cannot be seen to be the ones to make the first move. However, our troops are on the lookout to cause them to make the first move. But we mustn't. It is important that we... I'm doing her voice all wrong. It is important that we don't make the first move. However, there is also another more final option. But that's... She said, so don't you worry about that. If you want her to go into it, please make me a perception check, basically. Free-range stealth execution.
Perception or insight?
No, persuasion. You're having to convince her to tell you.
Yeah, because my first thought went to looking around the room, but there wouldn't be anything incriminating in here.
If you're wanting to do, if you can think of something else you could do instead, I will definitely allow it. But yeah, it's probably persuasion.
Okay. I'm going to say something, and hopefully it can be used as a different skill check, but otherwise we'll see. The last thing I want to do is to question the wisdom of yourself and the other council members, but I have been doing a little bit of plane hopping recently, and I have found that the barriers between realms are quite weak. And as I have some level of expertise in this, if your final solution is what I'm thinking, I would, if I could be so bold, I would love to know a little bit more so I can give my 2 cents on whether or not this plan would set fire to the entire Older Heart.
So what check do you want it to be?
I want it to be nature or arcana, but
I will allow arcana. I will allow arcana.
That's not advantage. That's just a straight roll.
Yeah.
That's a 25, baby.
Nice.
Cool.
Silver Tongue Shadow Malt coming in.
Yeah. Ashbourne.
I undecided at this point.
I think he's leaning into his Shadow Malt side right now.
He is very much right now. And Iari says, yes, that is an interesting point. Larimar looks at Iari and says, he's a sharp one you've got there. I think you've chosen well. It's a shame about his mother, but still. Yes. Well, you've guessed right there. It would be very unfortunate if, say, a large, powerful fire elemental was summoned right in the center of it. And, oddly enough, Glitterweave, as you call her, has been going around getting all familiar with them. Been seen to be killing a lot of them, gathering information about them and so forth. Wouldn't be difficult to convince people that that was her goal the whole time. It will not be obvious who summoned it, but it will be obvious who it attacks. And I think now is a good time, actually, Sobel. And Sobel pulls out 4 necklaces. These are to be worn under clothing. And hands them out to... Actually, sorry, it would only be 3. Eric isn't getting one. Iari gets one. Sobel and Larimar, you can assume, are already wearing theirs. But yes, there are so many names today. Yes, Iari and Ajax and Jorgen all receive one. They are... it is wrought iron, black wrought iron, quite spindly, and it is not it's not an attractive thing. It is definitely... you know the language in in Arrival, the circular language in that. It is not. It is a little reminiscent of that, but is very lopsided. Is not symmetrical at all, and there is quite a lot of. It's that if it was made of fire, call it that. And yes.
Am I able to make a check to determine what these are?
I will allow your 25 in Arcana. This is... Well, they also are about to tell you. So,
I know, I just want to know.
yeah, these are wards. This is... It is attuned to a particular elemental. And it will both attract... And, well, Larimar will explain. These are... these will protect you. If the elemental is summoned, it will protect you, those wearing it. But be warned, it will also draw its fire. You will be attacked, but you will be safe. It would look like...
Can I determine... Sorry, I was
would,
just going to say,
yeah.
Can I determine with my Arcana... Would this be equivalent to resistance or immunity to a specific
from that attack?
Yeah.
From that elemental. Those around you, however, won't be. So I suggest, Mr. Shadowmolt, that you don't stand at your grandmother's elbow when that happens. Take cover like the rest of them. I'm afraid we don't have any more, Iari, otherwise I would give your grandson one as well. But hopefully it won't be necessary.
There's no need for that.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. And if you are looking at the others, Ajax is surprised, but sort of like, it's a very good plan, I like that. And then when we are attacked, it will appear that... they are trying to drive us away with their elemental, even if they... So what plans do you have for slaying the beast? Oh, when necessary we can banish it again. After it's done a few good attacks, I'll make a big show of summoning up my powers, and I have a bow that is specially designed to banish it. But it must make a good show of it first. And Eric, you notice she does have a longbow propped in the corner with a small quiver of arrows.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that puts your mind to rest, Mr. Shadowmolt.
It does.
Cool.
Thank you for the consideration of my grandmother and the other council members.
Well, it wouldn't do to have one of our fellow councilmen burned on the day of her inauguration. Be most unsporting, wouldn't it, Iari? And Iari... Iari is... her acting has been seamless, Eric.
Yeah.
If you didn't know better...
Yeah.
Cool. I think we will progress unless you unless you have anything else.
Yeah, sorry. Of course I do. Just quickly, either with that existing Arcana check or with a new one, I would like to see if I can determine and ensure that Granny's is as functional as the rest.
Insight.
Just because she... Yeah, okay. Just because she mentioned that she felt that they might have been trying to get rid of her.
Yeah.
Smart.
23.
Wow. You know you're rolling twice, right? Keeps coming up as doing it twice. It doesn't matter. Both were good.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. 23 is absolutely fine. You get that maybe on a different day, but today the point is to make Kesh and Benna look bad, not to off at Iari Shadowmolt on the day of her inauguration. If they did that, they'd have to find somebody else. You think Granny is safe from them at least, or at least from the elemental that they may or may not summon. So, let us progress this narrative. out back. So Kesh, you meet up with Benaceridon, making her way up the tree, leading the other half of your part of the brigade, your battalion, up the tree. A short while later, you run into a large group of humble folk, led by a small group of Wildwood Brigadiers and a beaming Lieutenant Switchgear, and an elderly Hedge who has had a bit of a rough week, who is nonetheless seems fiery with vim and vigor. And as a group, you head to the council plaza. So, where are we? That. The hour approaches. The grand plaza in the high branches of the Older Heart is packed. People are lining up to prepare to cast their votes, and the crowd is clearly divided among racial lines. The bulk is feathered, but scattered throughout are pockets of humble folk citizens. Likewise, groups of Perch Guard and Wildwood Brigade stand off uneasily. Scattered through the crowds, you can see placards and sproikers extolling the virtues of potential candidates, many more than usual, as was stated. There are only 2 spots, and there are, you would guess from looking around, about 15. Some appear to have stepped down a little bit, but yeah, there is quite a few still in the running. Many of them are humble, though there are several birdfolk ones, but there are a lot of placards for one Ajax Wintervale, and quite a few, but not nearly as many, for Iari Shadowmalt. At the steps to both the Grand Temple and on the far side, the council chambers, which are basically the place is square, and the Grand Temple is a very organic tree-based building growing out one side of this plaza, and on the far side is a very built, very deliberate, very grand council building, and the place is, I think we established, almost a kilometer wide. This plaza, it's huge, and yes, it is. Ajax. No, Tony, we don't like Ajax. There are stages set up, guarded again by armed individuals who are neither Perch Guard nor Brigade. They wear no uniform and have the look of gangsters or criminals, and the crowd gives them a wide berth. They are rough with anybody who gets too close. More than once you see somebody sort of seen off with the butt of a weapon. So, the normal procedure is for potential councillors to give a speech about why they'd be a good councillor and then answer 3 questions from the crowd. What's the plan? Iari and the others all come out, sort of the 5 that are looking to be the council, all at the council end of this. Eric, you are with them. Julio and Kesh have reunited, at least to a degree. They may not be standing right next to each other, but I feel like they probably would be. You have led your influx of the more reluctant people and have doubled the number of people in the plaza. So, what do you do?
Have a small heart attack and keel over?
Do I have an opportunity to peel away and use my Hood of Hiding?
Yeah, I would say make a stealth check.
Yeah.
To slip away. Is that the intent?
Right. Yeah. Cool. I wouldn't be in dim light, correct?
No, it's daytime.
Yeah. That's a natural 20, so 27.
You slip away perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Cool. So I slip away. I use my Hood of Hiding to turn invisible.
Mm-hmm.
And I will need to roll to see if I got any charges back for that in a sec, because this will be my last charge. But I want to go to Kesh and Julio if they're together, and just whisper, the plan involves. Hello. The plan involves summoning a. It would start with a tap on their shoulders. Their plan involves summoning a fire elemental, which will be targeting the council members. They will be immune to it, but they are looking to shift the blame towards you.
So, if I went and stood with them and got myself deep fried and crispy, that would make me look very innocent.
Yes.
Actually, maybe glad handing with the council in front of everyone is a good way of showing that you are not hostile.
Exactly. Julio, Eric, could you make sure that no one assassinates any of our boys, including Privet? I'm gonna go schmooze.
Good luck.
And Kesh pulls a face that very much says, oh God, why? Why, dear God, why? And
How long does guidance last?
I'm gonna stay with you.
okay. Julio?
It is.
I'm gonna give Cash a pat on the shoulder, cast guidance. It only lasts for a minute, but maybe. And
Sprint for the...
yeah, it's like good luck.
I lunge
And-
wildly at Larimar.
Yeah, I'll stay with the lads, protecting them from any harm.
Very well. Yeah. Julio, it is clear that the intent is that all the people will give their speeches. If you're wanting to protect Pruitt from any fire elementals, taking him to the other side would probably be a good place to keep Privet safe. So taking him to the... And Viscar would also, like... Shall we to the podium in front of the temple, I think. Might be the best, safest place for our good friend, Mr. Shrubrow. And it is spreading throughout the crowd that Privet Shrubrow is standing, and the word is being spread for
I will
him.
probably, on my way back to Granny while I'm invisible, I will probably pass that whisper on.
Oh, sure. It is difficult to move invisible in this crowd just because of how tightly packed it is. So you bump into people, but it's sort of people are so used to being jostled. They're just like, oh, I got jostled by somebody who's invisible. That's the world contains magic. We know this. But yeah. So Julio, you escort Privet. There's a different character in the world called Pruitt. You were there when he was there. Daria. So, yeah.
You know what's fun? The word "privet" is "hello" in Russian.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yes.
I'm not even going to try.
It's the same
so
word
we're
you were
gonna-
saying, just the stressing is different. Goddamn,
Okay.
privet.
So it's going to be Councilman Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
I think
Love
it's
it.
cute.
Yeah, excellent. Privet
Also,
is...
just very quickly, I rolled my D20. I rolled a natural 20, so
Nice.
my hood is not destroyed.
in fact, it regains all of its charges because nat 20. The reason privet is a kind of bush in English, so he's a privet hedge. Was
that's
the
fun.
joke? Yeah. I really wasn't trying very hard when I made that name up. Yeah. Kesh, you and Eric make your way over as rapidly as possible. I will say you can get the one use of the guidance on your first check, basically, to chat with the council. Glad hand with the council members. This is an interesting tactic. I like it. All right. So, ooh, this is very good, actually. Cool. All right, Kesh, you head on over. What do you do? Who do you make to talk to?
Well, who would kind of be at the front of the pack? Who would I bump into first? If I'm just going straight for him, who's out in front?
So Sobel and Larimar are standing a little apart from Iari. Sobel, Larimar, and Jorgen Highwind are the three current councilmen. And Iari and Ajax are standing a little to the side now. They're making at least a token show of not being particularly partial to these two, but they are also on a podium with them, so it's sort of, this person has my endorsement sort of thing. But no one has sort of gotten up and actually has started making speeches yet. So, though the process will begin soon, you can see the Master of Ceremonies, the returning officer, who is a loomer he is in a brocade red coat with gold buttons. He's not very tall, but particularly massive chest for making loud pronouncements. He's the master of the electoral ceremony, and he is sort of ushering the various potential council members up onto the stage and getting ready to make that sort of their speeches as you arrive, so that no one is taking particular front of the crowd thing at this point.
Well, I suppose I'll head for the establishment, as it were, and go talk to the guys who probably hate my fucking guts.
Larimar tried to have you killed. Yeah,
she did do that.
Through
just a quick
work.
question. Legally, am I a wanted criminal right now? Officially?
Legally, there is no evidence to support it, that's an interesting question. I think
when the Purge Guard approached, they didn't approach with a warrant for her arrest.
no.
Yeah, and also if they try to arrest you now, that's gonna look bad for them.
Yeah, that is very true as well. The thing is, I actually don't think Kesh has ever done anything visibly that is directly counter to their interests. So there was nothing they could charge you with. You didn't lead the brigade against the Purge Guard. Shen did. You didn't even lead the only thing that you did was take Viscar away. Which, in and of itself, was not an illegal move. So, no, is the answer technically, though you are probably wanted for questioning. And you have been told that the Wildwood Brigade has been officially disbanded this morning, so you are not a professional soldier as of right now. At least as far as they're concerned.
Cool.
But you are still a person of some note, and you did used to work personally for Larimar.
Cool. What was the last conversation we had with Larimar, like face to face?
She was sending you out to hunt another one out near the Scorched Grove, where you did eventually go, and it was a trap. And they were going to make sure you died even if you didn't fight it. If they were going to summon it specifically for you to fight, and if you managed to kill it, they would then finish you off, was the plan, but you preempted it.
Cool.
That was the one
So
where
we've never
Julio
had
stabbed
a-
someone to sleep several times.
We've never
The
had
sleep
like
artery. Yeah.
we've never had a confrontation about that
No.
though.
No.
Okay. Cool.
No. Actually, I do apologize. You got back from that and went and got paid. You and Julio went and got paid. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, we
Yeah.
did. We did get
And
paid.
that was where she met Julio, because Julio she'd never met before. And yeah, you went and got paid, and
This is where we learned about the Niles guy.
yeah. And she was like, "Oh, we'll find something for you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it."
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
it wasn't like we didn't.
But it
part
was
with...
you were not hostile.
Okay.
You were
Yeah.
grumpy, but not hostile.
Cool.
It was the day you lost your job. Yeah.
DM,
Kesh has
I
never
wanna-
been fired a day in her life. Well, I'm just gonna go in and pretend like everything's gravy.
Sure. Yes,
Be
Brandon?
like, "Good morning, Councillor Larimar. The other guy. Don't have your names in front of me.
Sobel.
Sobel, and what's his face?
Ajax.
Ajax. Thank you.
Jorgen
Good
Highwind
morning.
is the three that are the established councilmen. Castellan is gifting some subs to the community, you bloody champion.
I Thank you.
Castellan, you excellent individual. Thank you very, very much. Castellan, if you want to gift a D20 to one member of the party, you are very welcome to. You know who else got paid? Was it Castellan? I think it might have been.
The event of it. Oh, just a reminder, it is September. I keep forgetting it's September, so you do get discounts on.
I picked the DM.
Damn it!
Excellent. I already have one, Castellan. I'm afraid it has to go to one of either Karen or Brendan.
Such tragedy. Oh, you're so sad about that.
I am. It's irritating.
Just while we're kind of paused briefly, I want to remain invisible by Kesha's side to interpose myself when the time is right.
Right.
Necessary.
Love it. Cool. So, yeah, you go up and say, hello, councilman.
For someone with, like, no pluses to charisma, Kesh is trying to be as charming as possible.
Sure.
Like, this is just a normal-ass day, and they bumped each other on the street, and it's like, oh, hi, I haven't seen you for a while. I've just been out trying to orchestrate a coup against you, but we're cool, right? We're cool.
Well, they've been trying to do exactly the same thing to you. Everybody knows what everybody's doing, and no one is prepared to admit it.
But, you know, we're in front of a large group of people, and,
So your intent is to just be there and chat? Very well, Castellan, I've got two. I love it.
Basically, I want to have an excuse to hang out with them while all the speeches are being made. So basically, if they start summoning any massive fire beasties, and it starts shooting balls of fire at the council, I'll be there to, like, get hurt. So everyone will see that the council are protected from the fire. And I, poor innocent Cash Glitterweave, who was only a bandit until 3 months ago and is now very much a reformed citizen, is being hurt.
And also you are then presumably acting to protect the council.
Yeah.
Cool. So you make a point of going over. Larimar is... Larimar, they are surrounded by guards. And guards loyal to them. So I would need you to make a stealth, I think, probably, to get past these guards. These are not professional soldiers. They have basically just been told to be rough with anybody trying to get close. So if you can sneak on by, how'd you do? A 12.
A next to stealth. Does that mean you get advantage?
It depends on the situation. I will give you advantage because of the situation. Because you are in a crowd and you are not wearing anything particularly eye-drawing or eye-catching. Very well. 22.
If you check your features, Karen, it will probably tell you somewhere.
I believe it's
when
darkness.
You have advantage.
It's like yours. It's I think Mapatch.
Yeah, I think I get advantage in dim light.
But this isn't just in a very large crowd. It's very easy for somebody to sneak up. So, Kesh, yeah, you managed to get up onto the podium or near the podium and chat to them. You sort of appear next to them, really. What do you say?
Good morning, councillors. Larimar. Ajax, and the other guy.
Major Glitterweave. Hello.
Lovely weather for the election, don't you think?
It is indeed. We were not expecting you to come and say hello.
Oh, why not?
Well, it would seem that you and we have different candidates in the race. Your activities of late have been quite interesting.
Oh. I've been laid up with an awful fever. What's been going on?
Larimar raises an eyebrow. It's like, well, then clearly you have missed the memo about the Wildwood Brigade being disbanded. Else you would not be in uniform.
Why would you do that?
Oh, I did not do it. It became obvious that the Wildwood Brigade was working against the passions of the older heart. Quite tragic, really. But absconding and abducting two of the councilmen, that doesn't look very good on a resume.
Are you sure? I could have sworn I've seen... They're both over there. They don't look very abducted.
Well, they do to me. Standing there, guarded by a bunch of Wildwood Brigadiers.
Well-
Supposedly reformed criminals. And there they are, under duress, being asked to do exactly the same thing again.
Oh. And I'm going to kind of drop off. It's like, is this code? Do you need me to do something about these rather disreputable looking fellows that are standing around you?
These are
Is
the
he just-
the council's prefectors. Protection so that the Wildwood Brigade don't try anything like that again.
Oh, did you fire the perch guard as well?
The Perch Guard have their own job to do.
It's just, and I don't want to question your, I don't want to question your judgment or anything, but these guys look very dodgy. And trust me, as a reformed dodgy person, I know dodgy when I see it. These guys will stab you in the back if they think it'll get them a little bit of extra gold at the end of the day.
Cash, what's your intent here?
I'm basically
You're just fluffing.
I'm just bullshitting for time.
Yeah, sure.
Kesh will keep this shit up as long as she A can and B needs to.
I love it. Cash, make me a perception check. In fact, all three of you make a perception check. In fact, let's call it Arcana or Survival, please.
Oh boy.
So not perception?
Not perception, sorry, yeah, I misspoke.
I will be
had
doing
made
survival, thank you.
Very well.
I'll be doing Arcana.
16!
I can't see shit.
Yay me!
Oh, you don't probably have guidance still. It's probably long gone.
I said the first check, this would be a 1, so
13 for me.
13 for Eric. Julio gets an 11.
17! I got a
17
1!
for Kesh. Kesh. 17 was the DC. Kesh, you notice a build-up of elemental magic in the air. You sense it coming from nearby, and glancing over, you see a cowled figure standing in the shadows behind Sobel. A raptor, by the looks of it. However, that is not the focus that your eyes are drawn to. The ground in the center of the plaza seems to glow faintly, the air rippling in a mirage-like heat haze, yellow-red lines tracing out beneath people's feet as jets of steam and blazing light burn through the paving stones. The crowd breaks, scattering in panic as a pillar of smoke and steam shoots up within this runic circle, a monstrous form coalescing within, a pair of glowing eyes, coals of intense malice, glaring out at you. I expect at this point you all notice this. But yeah, Kesh is the one who sort of spots it before it begins. The figure steps out, its form humanoid, dripping magma to the ground, where it singes the bark of the tree. It raises its fist to the sky and bellows a wordless roar of challenge before it launches a ball of flame into the crowd. Kesh, this is not at all physically dissimilar from the aspect of fire that the gang fought a while back.
God
And
damn.
they had a magic spear. And Lazarus died. And there was 5 of them. So, I feel like it would only be fair to point out that Kesh has a new ability. Kesh, when you are in the company of a group of more than 24 Wildwood Brigadiers, when you make an attack action, you may, in lieu of an extra attack, call upon your Brigadiers to shoot the same target you just shot. For 5d10 piercing damage. This is considered an area effect, so a saving throw is made by the creature you are attacking. Dex save DC 18 for half damage. That is Kesh's special ability. It is piercing damage, however, and non-magical. But, I would like you to roll initiative, please, the 3 of you.
17.
That's cool.
Benna calls out, "Brigade to arms! Protect the people! Protect the councilmen!" Julio gets an 11. Gets a 21, rather.
Dirty 20 from Cash.
A dirty 20 from Cash. Filthy. Disgusting.
5.
Julio, 21. Can I get a d20 in chat, please? Castellan, would you do me the honors? Blood, blood, blood. Cash gets a 20. Hey.
So, if I rugby tackle that cloaked mofo to the ground, what are the odds that's gonna not be the best idea?
Well, you fought a fell before.
I mean, the thing is summoned now, though.
5 from Tony. And this thing, I think, actually has a better dex than Eric. So, it will go before Eric.
Who on the council was talking about how they would do a big song and dance and then banish it?
Larimer.
Mm-hmm.
You notice, Kesh, when you were chatting to her, she did have a bow. She is quite well known to have been a former warrior, if not necessarily soldier. However, everybody else involved, all the other heroes and soldiers, none of them are... This thing is 60 feet tall. It is a gargantuan elemental. Everyone is just standing around in fear. There is a good space around it has already been formed by the crowd just trying to get the fuck out of Dodge. The people who are in this are you. Julio is disappeared. Julio. There she is.
Yes.
Julio,
Yes.
you are up first.
Yes.
Someone pee on it.
I
Julio,
will be on it.
what do you do?
No, that's gonna smell so bad.
Okay. So first question. The first blast that got people in the crowd, are they just fucking obliterated, or is a little bit of healing will let at least someone get up?
Some of them are badly scorched. There are some bodies.
And the bodies don't do saves, they just die.
This is like a fireball.
Yeah, they have okay.
These are
that's
commoners.
Straight yoinked.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and around this creature, there are people. So area effects
There
would
is
be...
there is a decent sized space around it. Already, people are clearing away as far as fast as they can. There is a good 30-foot area around it. It is physically unpleasant to get close to that heat. You feel like being right up close to it would be unpleasant.
I'm just going to remind Eric and Julio that assuming you were healed past your maximum, you can still go 10 above your max when you were healed earlier because of aid.
Yeah.
So you probably still have some temps.
I used all my hit dice and didn't get to my max, so...
Well,
I'm at my max, so how much more do I have?
10.
You could have gone 10 over your max when you
10
healed
over.
yourself up.
Okay, sweet. Okay, that's real good. Then I'm gonna remember that. Okay, so I don't have my potion of fire resistance anymore, right? That was like a long time ago.
No, you haven't used it yet. I gave that to you on the
yet.
life plane.
Yeah.
Sweet, and it's a bonus action.
Yep, absolutely.
Boop, 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 boop. Yeah.
Hey, I still have mine as well.
Yes, good. Okay, so I use my bonus action to drink the potion.
Yep. I will say you begin 60 feet away from it, like, just for convenience.
60 feet
Otherwise, you are on one side of the. It appears in the middle of the plaza. You could be as much as half a kilometer, so let's say you were close. Otherwise, boring.
Okay, good. All right. So what I'm gonna do is, I would like the creature to do a Constitution saving throw.
Con save. Very well.
Yes.
Probably succeeds. An 18.
Oh yeah. My save.
This thing is
14.
the size of a dragon. It is gargantuan. It is very big. Yeah.
Okay, well that sucks for me because I wanted to do Wither and Bloom and heal someone, but I'll just do half damage then for the thing.
Very well. How much damage do you do?
Okay, that's fine. Well, half of whatever this is. So a 2.
2.
Sucks to be me.
Takes, and it's necrotic, right?
It is necrotic.
Yeah, 2 damage.
Okay, and I can't do 60 feet, but I can do 30 feet. So I'm just like I'm screaming to a privet to hide, and for the Viscar as well, and I'm just like bounding towards it, screaming, hopefully getting its attention.
This thing is about 60 feet tall. Yeah. So or 20 meters if you think in metric. Cool. Excellent. Kesh, you are up next.
Okay, it's Kesh's turn to do something dumb. I would like to lunge wildly at Larimar. Like, I'm trying to push her back and, like, bodily shield her from the magma beast.
Okay. Can
But
you make
I'm
me a deception, I think?
But I'm actually trying to get a knife to her throat.
Wow.
That's a 12 on the deception.
You have
Don't forget
advantage.
you've got advantage.
Oh shit, I do. Thank you for the reminder. That is a 14.
Better. Cool. A 14 is reasonably convincing. Yeah.
Oh, it's screwed.
I did not catch a word of that. Your mic peeked out.
I was yelling, get back.
Yeah. You do that, but you are holding a knife to her throat.
Yeah, basically, so I basically am going to grab her, get the knife to her throat, and basically be like really whispery, like, call off your pet.
Ooh. Kesh, she says, I can't control it, my dear. It's not mine to control. I didn't summon it.
If you're trying to subtly whisper something, Dario, I can't hear it.
I'm saying, you know who can. You saw the guy who summoned it.
Yeah. Eric might have that. However,
Well,
Kesh...
did I see the guy? Because I didn't pass the check.
Oh, that's true. Eric, the thing is, Kesh, you would know that once it is here, you either banish it or kill it, which will banish it. You can't unsummon it.
Yeah, but they were acting like they could get, like, the part of the plan was that they would banish it on command.
Eric knows that she has an arrow that can banish it. But Kesh, I don't know, Eric didn't tell her that.
Yeah.
Eric is, however, right next to Kesh, and Kesh has Larimar. She has convinced everybody around her that Kesh is trying to protect Larimar. The creature on turn 20, it takes what is functionally a lair action and yeets a ball of fire at the council. Can I get a number between... Castellan, could you roll me 1 to 5? Exclamation mark, roll space 5. This is to determine which of the 5 people wearing an attack charm are the ones who get shot. Because on a 3, it'll be Kesh and Larimar. A 1! The ball lances at Sobel. And Sobel dives bravely out of the way. However, and the ball hits him anyway, and he just manages to emerge unscorched. However, 3 council prefectors get scorched by the blaze, get absolutely wrecked by the blaze. It is the Aspect's turn.
Sorry, just quickly, Kesh, did you take your fire potion or no?
I'll allow it as a bonus action.
Yeah, I'll neck that then if I'm allowed to.
Yeah. The Aspect sees only one person running towards it, and is going to move towards Julio. Like, all right then, little mouse man.
Let's go. I'm a lieutenant now, bitch. Come at me.
Yeah, that's Lieutenant Little Mouse Man.
Yeah. Sure. Well, then he is going to make a... He's going to... He is going to make a pair of Molten Fist attacks at you, Julio. So...
Cool and neat.
Cool and groovy. A 12
Nope.
So not so great. And a 24.
Yeah.
Which does quite a bit. I assume you're going to uncanny dodge this.
Yes, sir. So I quarter whatever damage she does if it's fire.
It's quite a lot. It is fire. It is... You know what? I'm going to use one of my DM advantages to re-roll the other one. So 20.
I thought you were gonna say I'm gonna roll a d100.
Oh, no. But a filthy 20 to hit instead of the 14 or whatever it was.
Yep.
So the first one did only 11 fire damage. The second will also hit, though. Which one do you want to stop?
I'm gonna stop the second one because I understand it hits fucking hard.
The second one is 21 damage.
Okay, so it's altogether
32 quartered. But sorry, it's 32,
No.
half of which is halved. So 5 from the first, and 21 quartered is another 5, so 10.
So 10. Okay, that's my temp HP gone.
Yeah, there you go. They're not temps; those were hit points. But yeah,
Basically, if you get healed, you can get them back.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
At
that's
least,
my
like,
max.
Yeah, it lasts for 8 hours, so
Yeah.
8
and we
is
haven't
different.
had a break, so they're
Yeah.
still going for a little bit.
Cool. It just smacked Julio up, not nearly as well as it would have liked. And then it is Eric's turn.
Yeah. So we established I probably don't know about the hooded fella, and that probably wouldn't help us right now anyway. But yeah, I do know about Larimar's plan. So she didn't mention an arrow specifically. In fact, she said she had a specially prepared bow. So, but I will look at that stuff because I'm
The
right
bow
there.
itself is not magical. And you can tell that from a glance. You're the Corvum kind that can, can't you? So, you would have determined that in the office, that it
Yes.
must be the arrow because it's not the bow.
Yeah. I want to grab is it single arrow.
There is a few in the quiver, but you can grab the whole lot.
Can I not determine which one is the magical arrow?
Given that they're all in a quiver together, if there is no easy way to determine it that you can see, then it must, like, when you draw an arrow, you do it by touch, you don't look.
Yeah.
So they're probably all prepared.
All. Yeah,
Yeah.
great. I'm still invisible, but I'm going to grab the quiver and Kesh is kind of on her stomach over Larimar, but I'm going to push it into her side. In fact, if I can, I don't know how Kesh has her equipment set up, but if I can, I will take her quiver and replace it with Larimar's.
Kesh, do you carry arrows?
Yes,
Yeah, you do, don't
because
you?
I occasionally use normal
Actually
ones.
need to shoot them, yeah. So, yes, Kesh has, I would say, she is wearing a quiver. Replacing a quiver, they tend to be strapped on reasonably well, but what you can do is take the arrows out
Handful
and put the arrows
out.
in. Yeah. So you basically yeet Kesh's normal arrows out and put Larimar's in. That is what can be accomplished in 6 seconds. You can also tell her that you've done that or not. Kesh would definitely feel you do it one way or t'other.
I'll say, Larimar prepared these. This will do the trick.
I love it. Eric, is that all you want to do?
If I summon Hope, would she be invisible with me or no?
I don't think so. I don't
Okay,
think so,
then
no,
no.
'cause she's not wearing the cloak. The cloak is what makes her invisible.
Okay.
Cool, you do that. The aspect is going to make one of its legendary actions, and it's going to Molten Fist again.
Yeah, I can't uncanny dodge that anymore.
No, you can't. A filthy... No, it's an 18.
I'm wearing my protection cloak. Does it give me a +1 to AC?
I think it does, doesn't it?
Because I think that would... The thing is, when I click or unclick, my armor class does not change.
Oh.
Even though it says in AC, +1 to AC.
Have
so
you
I don't know
attuned
if it's
to
still
it?
18. Well, we had short rest, right?
Yes.
So I would be attuned. It's just my sheet doesn't change it, so I don't know
Oh,
if it's 18.
You,
Well,
you should be able to
19.
tune to it in the
If-
sheet. And
If
that
it's
should-
17, if it's 17 or 18, it doesn't matter because 18 would equals B.
No, it's 18 just normally. And if I'm +1 AC, that's 19. But
I
I can't
see.
see where to attune to it. Blind.
Very well. Because my records have it as your AC 17.
Oh, that means I just didn't take it in from the sheet then.
Yeah.
Because I left the cloak for mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it hits me. It just
Yeah.
hits me. Yeah.
Yeah. That's unhelpful. Okay,
I'm
I
not
will
sure
find
whether
that later.
I'm like, is it being dropped on the floor a good side or a bad side?
No, it just sort of, it bounced off one layer of my desk, bounced off under, like through, between my keyboard at level, and yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. So that is a total of 17 fire damage halved, so 8.
So 8. Okay. Thank God for the fucking fire potion.
Yeah. Yeah. This thing is quite chonky. Julio, what do you do?
Oh, my turn. Sweet.
It
okay.
is. Back to the top of the order.
Yeah. Well, now I'm in range to like run up there.
It's
and
in your
shank
grill.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in my grill. Beautiful. I'm gonna be starting to like shank. Let's start with Susan's variable dagger.
You do that.
And my option is necrotic or radiant. Ooh, I'm gonna go for radiant.
Okay.
Because it's not the same as fire. I hope it's
No.
gonna be fine. We'll
Yeah,
see.
sure.
Oh. Oh, fucking 13. Oh, wait. I have
You do have advantage.
an inspiration.
Yep. An inspiration. Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Yep.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. It's worse. I didn't hit.
You did not.
I didn't hit. Yeah. I'm gonna use my offhand attack for the Slod Slayer.
Ooh, Tony is gifted a D4. To who, Tony? The Slard Slayer. Very nice.
I'm still not fucking hitting though.
No, I'm afraid not.
Jesus.
For Julio, Tony just
friendly.
gifted you a D4. Do you want to burn it to
No,
hit?
my best one is 13. I don't think
Okay.
I'll reach it. So I'll keep it fully. So thank you.
Very,
Tony.
very well. Okay, not a problem. I will pop it on your sheet then. There you go. So, it is going to... Anything else? Do you have anything else you want to do? Or is this rogue bard going one-on-one with an aspect of fire?
It was going one just like blindly
I love it.
swooshing through the
love
molten
it.
fire and smoke.
Julio, you are ending your turn within 5 feet of this thing, so you are going to
Oh,
take
fuck,
2d10.
I forgot.
I mean, you made a melee attack against it anyway, so you're going to take the damage.
Yeah.
2d10 fire damage. That is a 9 and a 4, so 13, half to 6.
Okay, that's fair.
Um,
As long as I'm taking some of the heat from the crowd, that's okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna.
You
stay.
have this thing's attention fairly well. It is, however, going to use another legendary action to punch you again.
Yeah.
That's a 21 to hit. It's quite good at it.
But I can uncanny dodge now.
Well, you can if you like. It just rolled 10 damage.
10. Okay, I'm
Halved.
gonna take the 5.
Yeah, I thought you
I'm
might.
gonna
Yeah.
leave my uncanny dodge for later.
I rolled a 1 and a 4 on the dice, and its modifier is +5. Yeah, not great. Cool. And then it's Kesh's turn. as you look out over this courtyard, the people fleeing away. You are aware that you've just had arrows placed in your quiver. What do you do, Kesh?
Did Eric tell me why
Yeah,
he was
I believe he
doing that?
did. He said this should do the trick.
I did say Larimar prepared them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
Did you whisper it so Larimar didn't hear?
I said it as loud as I needed to be heard.
Larimar might have heard it. I will make a perception check. Larimar heard it.
Yeah, I'm not bothered by that at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
Can I shove Larimar as a bonus action?
Yes. I think
Baldur's
so.
Gate.
Baldur's Gate rules.
Oh,
yeah.
let's go! I have a new and thorough appreciation for shoving. Basically, I want to make sure that I don't let go of her and then stand there in stabbing distance with my back to her.
Sure. She's on the ground. She is prone. The way Eric described it, the way Brendan described it, you are prone on top of her.
That was my understanding.
Shielding her with your body. So she is on the ground and you are sort of have a knife to her
got
ribs.
down, Mr. President, at her.
You also
Okay.
you
That's
also
much cooler
have
than what I pictured. Love
you
it.
also know that Eric is there
Okay. I'll risk it then.
and probably has
I
your
will-
back.
Cool. Cool. I'll turn and I'll shoot it with one of Larimar's arrows then.
You pull the arrow out of your quiver and Kesh, the tip is frosty.
That's cool.
Ice rhymes this, the blade of this arrowhead. As you put it to the string, the flames lick from one end of your fang bow. The necrotic energies from the other end of the string meet in the middle and are... So the red and the black combines with this glowing blue of this arrow from the lights up on the string itself as you take aim at this monstrous creature that is just wailing on a little Gerbine who is doing remarkably well. The tree pope is going one-on-one with the aspect of fire. He hasn't heard it yet, but
How tall is Julio?
3 feet. He
Yeah,
is
not
literally
tall.
1/20th the height of this creature. It's having to
But this
stoop to punch him.
This is doing wonders for my popularity in terms of religion. I'm just being like hero of the people there.
That's it. Kesh,
Back, your foul beast, back!
make me a
Hey, remember
ranged
when
attack.
the Pope fought Satan?
Yeah.
And almost won.
Oh wow, I rolled a 14. I feel like that's not gonna hit.
Doesn't. But you do have another shot.
Does a dirty 20 hit?
A dirty 20 does hit. So, Kesh, your first shot goes wide as this creature ducks. And you hear
Trying to
Larimar
punch
go,
Julio.
"Don't waste the bloody arrows, there's only 5 of them!" But the second one strikes it in the center of its back. It roars in pain as a white, frosty hole starts eating away at its core. And it seems to be being sucked into this frozen black hole almost, as it is being dragged down. One last thing, it turns and launches a magma barrage at you. Kesh, can you make me, and Eric, can you also make me a dexterity save?
I don't know if it would apply because this is a dexterity, but I did want to be near Kesh specifically to interpose myself.
This is a ball of fire easily 15 feet wide.
Yeah,
It
okay.
summons up a good portion of its essence and yeets it at you. Kesh got an 11. Excellent.
I did drink my fire resistance
Yep,
potion.
that's probably for the best.
I got a 12.
And a 12.
Hey, getting scorched for the second time today. Yeah.
I'm going to cast Absorb Elements
Smart.
to give myself resistance to fire damage.
Cool. rolling really badly today. That's 18 points of fire damage, which Kesh halves. Which you both
And
half
so
to
do
9.
I?
Yeah. Yeah. I rolled 4 d10s and I got 18. Should have been 21. Never mind. You cop that amount of damage as Julio. It is fading fast right in front of you. This is just for flourish. Do you want to do anything as it stands right in front of you?
Yeah.
Fading. What do you do?
Tree poke.
I get my Susan's variable dagger. It flares with radiant light, and as it gets smaller, I wait until it's smaller in size that I can reach to its throat and say, "All the heart sends its regards. Don't come back."
Julio. Daria, it's always a pleasure having you here. I'm going to give you inspiration for that. That was very cool. Julio, Tree Pope himself, slits the Aspect's throat as it shrinks down. Kesh, a lot of people just saw you shoot this thing and apparently just slay it in a single shot after being shot by it.
Don't call me one thrust flitter weave for nothing.
Do they?
Thrust?
It's not great. It turns around and yeets a fireball at you. Larimar is there, completely unscathed, right in the same blast. You and Eric. Eric, your invisibility isn't concentration, really, is it?
No, but I cast a spell, so I
you
would no longer be
Pop
invisible.
back into existence. And once again, the combat ends. However, there is some. Everybody is a little bit upset.
Do I-
as
Time
this-
for an explanation.
I think that might be the understatement of the session. That everyone's a little upset right now.
And Larimar gets to her feet and says, "Treachery! Treachery must foul! Clearly, we have been betrayed by people who would summon such a foul creature right in the middle of us. What do you have to say for yourself, Major?"
Me?
And
The urge to slap the shit out of this woman right now.
what do you say? There is a significant crowd. This has sort of gathered the attention of the crowd quite significantly. Is it now everyone points at Ajax, Corsair's Cove? All eyes are turning to you. All eyes turn to the podium as Larimar makes her declaration. There is clearly, Julio, you can tell, because you're not on it, the podiums have a spell cast upon them that amplifies the voices of those who stand at it. And yes, she is speaking and says, "Guards, arrest that woman! She is clearly here to assassinate the rest of the council that she tried to abduct before."
For what it's worth, I kept concentration on enhanceability.
Noted.
And I will slowly get a little closer so that I'm in 30 feet, so Kesh can benefit from my charisma bonus.
Right. Kesh,
Crap.
what do you do?
You got this.
You
You
are
got
on
this.
the podium next to her.
Time to spill the shit.
So she's unscathed. I'm scorched.
Yeah.
And you know why?
And you know why.
I don't know how to word this.
Put her on the back foot. Ask why she's not scorched.
Are you not on fire? And I'm like,
Your assassination attempt.
sometime in the last week.
Your assassination attempt failed. That's why I'm not on fire. You fiend! Quickly, guards, grab her.
them in it. Am I being seized by guards yet?
I mean, guards are making a move to do so, but if you speak now, they will be sort of forced to wait because the crowd will not. The crowd wants an explanation, and you just killed it. They'll listen, but you have one chance.
Okay. I'm kind of gonna like hold my bow like a makeshift club, like a no, hang on, nobody come near me for a second. I'm not gonna shoot anybody, but I will smack you in the head.
From the other side of the plaza, an elderly hedgeman is standing at the other podium and says, "Yes! Tell us, Major Glitterweave! Tell us what happened! Tell us why we are all here today! I am Privet Shrubrow, and I want to know the truth!"
Can I still see suspicious cowled man?
Make a perception check quickly. Not 20 on the con save.
21.
Kesh, looking around, both the man in the cowl and Sobel are gone.
Where's Soap?
Slippery fucker.
That's good though. He fucking ran.
So I'll go, wait, where is Counselor Sobel?
And Eric, I think you're probably the one who would be in a position to notice this. Can I get an insight, please?
Mm-hmm. I am also kind of waiting 1 foot off the podium if I need to speak up, but I'm really wanting Kesh to do it.
Yeah.
27 insight.
Larimar, when someone points out where the hell is Sobel, when Kesh says where the hell is Sobel, Larimar goes, yeah, where the hell is Sobel? Like, she doesn't say it, but she looks like, the fuck? Has he rabbited? The fucker. So she is put out. She is upset by this turn of events, but she is cornered. She has to win here. She is getting more and more like, seize her! Someone grab her!
Somebody arrest that woman!
Somebody say something!
I said... so much pressure!
It's alright. You can point out that Sobel ran, that they have amulets that left them unharmed, that they planned that this would happen.
You have somebody
Start
who
small.
can attest to all of that, because Iari will say it.
Yes.
Cool.
This is the time for Iari to fucking come out as well.
Step up.
I'll be
Yeah.
like, I have... What possible reason would I have for summoning a fire elemental into the middle of the city? I have risked my life more than once to prevent these foul fire elementals from destroying us and killing people I care about. However, I can think of a very good reason why other people in this square might have desired one to be among us today. And even more reasons to think of why they might have sought to magically protect themselves before the beast even appeared.
It's true, she doesn't have a burn on her. She's unscathed. The major's not. And, like, different people are like, yeah. Why? Why has this happened? Yes, Major. Why has this happened? And Iari
Is that
Shadowmold
Lara?
is standing next to you. Tell us, Kesh. What has happened?
Christ, what is the version of this that makes me sound the least like I am going insane?
I wouldn't mention the cult.
Don't talk about the cults. Right. Just talk about the
No
amulet
cults.
for now.
Pin in the
Yeah,
cult.
yeah.
Leave the two gods out of it too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
They just want power and they want to make you look bad.
Okay. It's like, They want power. They want to make you look bad. Just keep it.
Yeah, you got this.
Leave Kren out of this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, all we humble folk wanted was a chance to be a fair part of the community that lives in the Elder Heart. And you have at every step tried to stop us from in any way protecting ourselves or having a chance to become something more than what we are. And how convenient that you would find a larger, more powerful threat to force us to stop fighting to be part of the council instead just let you do whatever you wanted. And can I see her amulet?
I don't actually know. Did Eric say that they had amulets protecting them?
Yeah, I think I did.
Okay.
In any case,
it would
I
be
would probably
hidden.
be in a position to get it off of her and to toss it.
Make an... I mean, you'd be grappling her.
Just make her show it, because we know, Kesh, Eric came over to us and whispered. They have amulets, they want to summon a beastie boy.
Yeah.
Which one of the Beastie Boys?
All of them. Stacked onto each other.
Yeah. Yeah, Voltron together.
I'll point, and where I know, like, obviously I'll point where a necklace
around
would
a
be.
necklace. Yeah.
Yeah, just be like, it's like, you sent me out to the woods to hunt down the elementals. Imagine my surprise when I found out that people were summoning them specifically for me to go and fight them, and presumably to die in the attempt.
That's ridiculous. Of course not. Why would I do that?
Because I'm inconvenient. Because you know I'll never just skulk quietly back into the woods and become a bandit again.
Charisma Company, thank you very much for the follow, you bloody champion. Avast, matey.
Good
You wee
name.
scallywag. It is a good name. Brendan, make me... How would you... Like, I'm presuming you're going to try and skulk and grab? Or are you going to be very big about it?
Only if it's helpful, and I don't feel like it would be.
Okay.
Well, tell you what, I mean, I know this is not how the spell works, but if I was to cast detect magic at, say, 3rd level,
Sure.
could I make its aura visible to everyone?
Yeah, alright. I like it. It's
Okay.
cool. So, can you... What does it look like? Okay, what color is your magic? Blue?
Well, it's mostly fiery, so...
Oh, that's right, yeah. So,
Yeah.
you focus... I imagine you're trying to be as, like, as not obvious as possible as you cast this spell, and then from beneath Larimar's robes, down the neck of her robe, this red glow starts to shine, just as Kesh is pointing at her, like, you sent me out there to die.
In fact, can I expose it on all of the counselors who are still here?
Ooh.
It's normally a 30-foot radius, but it's up to you
because we are changing the way the spell works. I think it would be no.
Yep.
You're just getting the one. He's taking all of your focus to do that.
Sure.
Also, you don't necessarily want to finger Granny.
No, I don't want to finger Granny.
For yourself.
Julio's on this.
I got this.
Why that? Why did you do that with your hands?
My tiny little Jarvine hands. That's so experience.
No!
They get in every credit.
First he's inside your mum, and now he's fingering your granny.
Promotions, baby.
Yeah. So, Kesh, as you say this, all of a sudden, this woman's neck begins to glow. What do you do with that information, knowing that she does have an amulet that is protecting her?
I'm gonna be like,
if you wanted to, say, rip open the top of her shirt so that you could demonstrate to everybody else, it would be an athletics. It's a grapple check, essentially.
Yeah, I have a -2 on that.
But you can try.
Is it necessary if it's glowing through her?
I would give you
clothes?
advantage because you know where it is and what it is, and she is very much like oh no, like she's noticed she's glowing a bit.
Fine, fuck it.
Do it. Oof.
Now would be a great time for an inspiration from
Would
chat.
be. Would be.
I am all out of inspiration, so I guess she smacks my hand away. It's like, don't you want them to see your magical fire protection amulet, Larimar?
You sound
Do you
like a
want
crazy person. Stop lunging at people. This is exactly what I'm talking about. She's dangerous. Kesh, do you want to
Oh.
try again with that inspiration Crispin Crunch just gave you?
Thanks, Kristen.
Do it.
Watch me roll
Only
under a 10 again.
7Ks short.
Oh my god!
No, this is a second attempt.
Oh.
So you have advantage, or you can roll it again.
Oh, okay. Sure.
For the love
Watch
of
me
God.
roll under a...
Oh, it's
Wow.
how's it getting worse every time?
Yeah. Kesh,
We're just getting into a slap fight.
Yeah, at this point, Julio will shout,
At least show us yourself. You know, we know you're hiding something. People have eyes.
Iari says, we were all given them.
Thanks, Granny.
Iari steps in at this point and says, I have seen much, and I am done with it. Yes, this was rigged. This was a foregone conclusion. This was done to make Kesh, Major Glitterweave, and the Wildwood Brigade look like the villains, but they are not. Please, Major, tell us what happened. Because you sounded a bit like a crazy person. You're just like, haha, you're like, just actually tell the people what has happened, what they're trying to do, what they were doing.
I'm really struggling to sum up what they're doing without mentioning the fucking cult and all the occult shit and the weird-ass temple we found. And...
You don't need to mention any of that shit. Just say they're trying to take over from the inside.
they're usurping the council. That's what they're doing. They make everyone who's against them look bad. They spread the rumors. They disbanded the Woodland Brigade, which is something that is very proven.
Julio,
And they said that you
you're-
abducted people.
yeah, I mean, you're right there. Julio is welcome to step up and try as well.
Help.
Because Kesh
Okay,
is...
yeah, no problem.
clearly too
I
flustered
want to
to-
help if I can. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am on fire in my
That's
defense.
understandable.
You were
I-
only a little bit. You're put out now.
If-
It's fine. You were resistant, for goodness sake. What are you complaining
All right.
about?
If I
So-
may, if Kesh is fumbling, may I step up?
Yeah?
Because yeah, I had been waiting for Kesh to do it, but I will step up on the podium, and I will say, I have been with Major Glitterweave for the last 6 weeks. I was in the council chambers today when Larimar and Sobel, who I notice is now conspicuously missing, already had these fireproof amulets and distributed them to the rest of the council, and I will look meaningfully at probably Ajax is not going to give a shit, but other guy, the new priest,
Yeah.
might.
Jorgen. Yep.
Yeah, Jorgen, and I will gesture to Granny, who already has. I will gesture to the arrows and say, those arrows were plucked from Larimar's quiver and were specially prepared for the elimination of one of the biggest fire elementals that we have ever seen. I dare say that if Kesh had them on her person, that she wouldn't have sustained the injuries or allowed the casualties that were sustained in the original attack, which probably had a name that I'm forgetting.
Oh, the Battle of Alderheart. Yeah.
Yeah, in the Battle of Alderheart. This is quite honestly a really pathetic attempt at deception on your behalf, Larimar.
And if I may add something, we have known for a while, the city has known for a while, that the dealings were shady and cruel. The brigade was ousted out of the city when we found out that Sobel is trying to usurp the power, and went to some of the councillors pointing to Viscar. They said that they were abducted. However, they're here unharmed and of their own volition. And we are here representing the people who were unlawfully ostracized. Everyone in the roots knows that they were intimidated, and only today had the bravery to come back to vote.
Kesh, with your team beside you, do you have anything to finish this with?
The council knew that they could never just send the Perch Guard to drive all the humble folk out of the Old Heart, because we would have fought you. But if you just made it so horrible for us here that we all left, well, that was a lot easier.
There is silence in the plaza. Everyone is paying rapt attention. And then from the other podium, Privet says, "Then what would you have us do?"
Are the jars with stones still there?
They are at the northern end. The plaza is sort of east-west. And at the northern end, there is a line of jars, each with a large placard in front of it with a name and a rough portrait of the person involved.
It wouldn't be fair to have a council full of humble folk telling the bird folk how to live, just as it isn't fair to have a council of bird folk telling the humble folk how they should live. How many council seats are there again?
5. Well, 4, technically, because one is the high priest.
Right, cool. I propose we elect 6 councillors today. All of the seats are vacant and may be nominated for by anybody. But 3 must be bird folk and 3 must be humble folk. And the high priest, of course.
Viscar gets up next to Kesh, which is odd because he should be in front of the temple, but he's not. He is at the council end because Jorgen is at the other end.
And fuck that guy.
And he says, "I think that sounds very fair. What say you, people of Alderheart?" And softly at first, and then it becomes a roar. The people of Alderheart agree. There is a lot of chanting. There is a lot of Julio, Eric, Kesh for council.
We're not nominated.
You can be.
You just said everyone can be nominated. You put it all yourself.
I suggest we elect me and my 2 friends.
And the master of ceremonies, takes charge,
Please tell me he got a little singed in his fancy outfit.
He is rather singed. And he says, "Please, please, good people, we will recommence this election in an orderly way. I think it is clear that the Constitution needs to be officially changed, but let us, for now, I think ratified by popular vote that today a new council seat or two need to be opened. So, I would like to see who stands to be elected. Councillors, potential councillors, please make yourselves known. And speeches will be presented shortly. Gather here, please, gentlemen and ladies. Iari Shadowmalt is standing for council. There are 3 seats going for the bird folk, and Ajax is still intent on doing it as well. Privet is a shoo-in at this point. And General Saradin and Kesh, or Julio, could probably walk on to the council as well, given that there is 3 spots for humble folk. General Saradin would take some convincing. Would either Kesh or Julio stand?
Can we have a short conversation as like people murmur and like
Yeah,
people
absolutely.
come over?
Yeah.
Okay. Julio
Huddle
is
up.
well aware.
Huddle.
Yeah, huddle up. Julio is well aware of Kesh's reticence on this. So he'll say,
Okay. First of all, good job, team. Yay, us. Survived.
No, I just don't know. It would have been really great if I could just grab a fucking net.
Yeah, well, can't win them all.
She has been
Okay, Kesh.
detained.
Yeah, Kesh, I know you don't want to be on the council, and I'm not here to persuade you. You're very good at what you do. I'm asking you if you want me to go instead of you. I had 2 promotions today. Might as well have another one. I just want to make sure that they don't pull some shady shit if we're not there. I'll go if you want me to. I don't mind either way. I'm not scared of these fuckers.
Kesh, if it helps, Karen, the vibe here very much is the crowd has turned. No one allied with Sobel and Larimar is getting in today. Your read on the situation is that Mentax and Beta and Iari will be the 3 bird folk councillors. So if you're worried about pulling some shady shit, them plus Privet, even if the other 2 humble folk are a bunch of morons, shady shit ain't happening, not today. Not in the near future. Julio doesn't need to take one for the team here, if Julio doesn't want to.
yeah, but Julio really doesn't mind. Like we know Kesh is
I know.
like torn between those 2. Julio's
Yeah.
up for anything. It's really Kesh's call.
Cash would feel really bad about asking you to do that, even though you're offering.
Benaceridon taps Kesh on the shoulder. And
You want to rock, paper, scissors for it?
no,
Sure.
you would be a waste. It would be a waste of your talent. You are wasted in the position you are currently in too. She actually would bend down and hug you.
Oh.
You did very well. We are both military people. And I think if you will not take a place on the council, Kesh, I will at least do you the honor of a promotion. I am thinking the brigade needs a special operatives unit, small task force, and someone to lead that. Your talents are wasted in large-scale command. You are You are of the up-close and personal variety. Colonel, would you lead the special task force?
Damn it, Bernard, I was this close to sacrificing myself and going up there and saying I'll do the council thing. You
Damn.
dangle that in front of my face.
No. Whilst I think you would do much good, I think you can do more doing what it is you do. I would offer both of your friends here commissions as well, if they take it. I think...
Only as a lieutenant then.
Well, I would make that permanent, if he wants it. You have a good team here. I would expand upon it. You are doing what is needed, what is good for the wood. I don't think I'm struggling to get funding from the new council for such a job. Think on it. You don't have to say yes right now. You saved the wood today. The three
Oh,
of
it's
you.
only like the third time. It's fine.
And I want to be clear. The three of you did. Good job. Mr. Ashbourne. She offers a hand to shake.
Yeah, I'll take her hand and I'll say I would and have followed the Colonel to the edge of the world and beyond. I shan't join the brigade, but I'm sure the tenders would be more than happy to loan me out to her whenever she needs me.
Phoenixy Wacky, thank you very much for the raid, you bloody champion. Avast, mateys, you wee scallywags. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. This is our season finale of Humblewood, which is why we're running a little bit later and you were able to raid us, you bloody champions. Yes, everyone is patting Kesh on the back, but it's actually worth noting that, yeah, Benasaridon is wanting to spread the love around because she then says to Julio, you as well, Mr. Switchgear. A fine job. I thank you for your work on behalf of my major.
Thank you. But Justice Eric, I think I will turn down
I am
the
aware
offer.
of... Sorry. Carry on. I apologize.
I will turn down the offer of staying the lieutenant after this point. I have big responsibilities coming up, and I cannot be embroiled in brigade. Although, just as Eric, whenever Colonel calls, I shall come. Wink. That's what she said. Sorry.
Not the time.
No. It's nerves.
It is because of the loyalty that your subordinates I engendered from you, Kesh, that I feel comfortable giving you this.
Thank you.
The speeches go on, and a new council is elected. I have written a thing. The returning officer, the proud Luma man in his full regalia, red coat with gold buttons and a strange white wig, puffs out his chest and announces, now hear this. She that is Iari Shadowmolt, she that is Beta Windsong, and he that is Mentax Harrowdale, have been duly elected the Birdfolk Councillors of the Alderheart. He that is Privet Shrubrow, and he goes on, because I'm not going to make up two brand new humble folk, because I had anticipated there only being four, but you expanded the thing. And I hereby, further, it is my sad and solemn duty to request on the behalf of the lawful people of the Humblewood that they do commence an investigation into potential corruption on the part of he that is Sobel Cloudbane and she that is Larimar Clemsdottir. And any provisional findings that they ascertain, the hereto mentioned shall be so charged. And there is another roar of assent from the people. And I think we'll leave it there.
Wait, can we have one last team
Well,
Ashbourne moment?
We can in just a moment.
Okay.
Beta takes the podium as she is the incumbent council leader, and therefore that'll work itself out. People of the Humblewood, I am humbled and honoured by your renewed trust in me and my office. My fellow council members and I will get to the bottom of what has gone on. Though I am, I assure you, well across it already. And I am because of the efforts of 3 incredible individuals. I want it known here today. The Order of Saviour of Alderheart has 3 new members. She that is Kesh Glitterweave, he that is Eric Ashbourne, and he that is Julio Switchgear, please step forward.
If a raccoon could blush, Kesh would be like tomato
Crimson
right now.
Yeah.
I will put a claw on Kesh's shoulder and, like, in a V formation, go with her to the stand.
People of Alderheart, people of the Humblewood, it is the first act of this new council to name these 3 individuals Saviours of Alderheart. Our saviours now number 8. We are indeed fortunate. And Privet puts a medallion of the sort of the crest of the Saviours of Alderheart is presented to all 3 of you. Privet puts Julio's on. Iari presents Eric's. And Beta herself gives Kesh hers. And a little later on, you've been toasted warmly, carried on the shoulders of strangers through the streets, and deposited at the Hung, Drawn, and Quartered. There to
Nice.
have a relatively quiet drink in a private booth. The 3 of you may have a little chatlet.
I think that might be the most embarrassing moment of my entire life.
The most embarrassing moment of your life so far.
Yeah, the night is young. I intend to drink a lot.
Eric, for one of my best friends, I kind of hate you.
Yeah, get fucked. Does that mean I'm the best friend now?
Yeah, you've been promoted again, Julio.
Yes, so many promotions, baby.
I love you too, Kesh.
And I'll give him like an awkward like side hug. Like, yeah. So really glad I didn't have to serve on the council.
Yeah, you look like you were about to throw up.
I was thinking about it. But it would have been very undignified. Particularly after I just got set on fire in front of everyone.
Yeah, the problem is also the sound from the podium really carries. So it would be like right in the ears.
Ugh.
Oh, and then it would set off a chain reaction and the whole crowd would
Yeah.
get going.
It would be kind of funny.
I would say that it would make it the most memorable council election ever, but I think we've already got that one in the bag.
Yeah, nailed
Yeah.
that one.
You know what's really funny? is that at some point, someone is going to have to tell Trish what happened.
Yep.
And it
Facts, not
might-
yet.
It might be me, but there's a very good chance it won't be me. I'm going to miss the look on her face.
Who's Trish?
Oh, she was at the wedding. You shouldn't have. Didn't you meet her at?
And I think we'll leave it there.
Nice.
Well played, everybody. Marvelous, guys. Thank you so much. That was excellent. Great job. Perfection, says Bishop Blood, and I
The
cannot agree more.
camera pans out
Yeah.
of the window.
Yeah.
It does a Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ba-dum. Love it.
Upstairs, the life drawing class carries on as
Yeah.
normal.
Catherine Corvimus in her nothings, posing. So that brings us to the end of the session, the end of the season, the end of the narrative arc. Well done. 4 seasons in the making. Well done, guys. Guys, I think it would behoove us to do our favorite moments now. This is something we have been doing literally the entire 4 seasons. Let's do it again. So, friends, we need a D4 in chat, please, to figure out who gets to go first. Exclamation mark
What a
roll
sesh.
space 4, please.
What a sesh.
What a sesh. I'm impressed we
So
got through
many
everything I'd written.
strong moments.
Yeah. Number 1.
A
Fuck,
1.
that's DM.
Yes, get
Ah.
fucked, idiot.
Get him.
Fucking get him.
Go on, then. Favorite DM moments.
I've
When
got
you
like a million.
Yeah, because it happened later in the session, is therefore fresher in my mind. Just, casually sliding over and being like, hey, do you want to be in charge of the Secret Services instead of on the council? It's like, damn
way
it, you know
better.
that's exactly what I want to do.
I love that.
I mean, to piggyback on that, my favorite thing is just how, like, it's always my favorite thing, but today especially, how supportive you are as a DM. That is really a rare thing, because a lot of the time DMs are like very impartial or even like put in a position of the player. You are like strongly in the player's corner, and that shines through. And especially like in these high moments of tension, you like gently steer us toward things that would be like narratively satisfying. And when you know that there's like a important moment, and like nerves can give out, and the situation is like there's a lot going through the head, you like carefully help without like taking the spotlight. It's still a Kesh's thing, but how you gently guided the way. Oh, beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you for saving my fumbling ass.
I
Yeah.
was like, fuck, I've put Karen in a real big spot there. And
Yeah.
the other 2 are ready to help, so let's let them.
Yeah. I already had like 2 or 3 moments for each of us before we took our break. And normally I like need to go through the entire session to like find one good moment. And I think that was largely to do with the format of how tonight's session was played, but also the build up of this entire season, of the last couple of seasons to this point. So I mean, that in a way is my favorite DM moment, because that was facilitated by you. But I have a few quotes that I liked as well. But I think, apart from funny quotes, I liked Privet's moment of tenderness with his wife, when Visco and Julio had convinced him to go. That was
Yeah.
very sweet.
Yeah.
I just flicked back through my notes to kind of remember what happened for most of the session and not just the last 20 minutes. I also really liked like Granny gets Eric into the council, and it was Larimar, wasn't it, who was like, it's like, stranger, your change of heart, Eric. Remember you being quite radically opposed to what we do here.
Yeah.
because for a second there, I thought you were letting Eric get away too easy, and she was like, "So, when did you decide you wanted to be evil, Eric?" Was really cool.
Bishop Blitz's knowing that they would have planned for 3 hours straight if you hadn't moved it along. Yeah, there is that.
Oh, and the other one was when you when the Elder Heart communed with Viscar.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Favorite self. Gosh. I'm gonna say bringing back the aspect of fire. That was cool. I think juggling, I really like getting to bring back the aspect of fire, so that basically it's like you have to fight it to become a savior of Alderheart. But so that was fun. But I think I agree with Brendan. I really like the way I structured the first half. Where you like chopping between the three of you, each making sure each of you got some really cool scenes. I liked, basically I wrote each of you had to do two challenges to overcome, and coming up with what they were was really organic. It made sense, and I really liked. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. I also liked Ool. I love being Ool.
Ool is great.
He's just fun. That assassination attempt, I wrote that there was going to be one, but I didn't know exactly how I was going to do it, and you changed a bunch of stuff, so the situation did morph from what I intended. And yeah, getting Ool in there was really fun. Playing the little bird boy just floundering half dead. Yeah, Spencer was fun as well. That was an age ago. Yeah, I like Spencer. Cool. Yeah.
Also, another thing about the aspect of fire is the fight was very short and we didn't really sustain much damage. However, what I really liked is that you reminded us of the stakes, like you stuff that not all the characters would know, but you told us, oh, this is the thing that they thought, and someone died, and like it's like a harsh flashback to the severity of the situation.
Yeah.
It was very effective.
This thing took on a party of 5 level 5s and fucked them up. 3 level 9s around, like the squishiest of those three went one-on-one with it for 2 rounds. And how is Julio looking?
Julio's looking pretty okay. 49 out of 68.
Yeah.
Wow.
A rogue bard goes one-on-one with this thing, and it gives it...
really did punch Satan.
Yeah. Pope punched Satan once. The Satan punched the Pope like 5 times, but...
The story will go that
that's all it needed was one punch, baby.
Yeah, one punch Pope.
One last DM thing that I wanted to shout out. Like I said, I've got a bunch of quotes, but I really liked, even though it didn't get used, and now may not be used now that she's a colonel, but I really liked the new major ability for Kesh.
That's still a thing.
Command a platoon of dudes.
Yeah, if she has some nearby, if she has significant support, I thought that was a really neat ability. I was kind of disappointed that you guys went with the let's just delete this thing rather than fight it, because I really wanted to see how fast you guys could kill it. Because Kesh with all of her abilities and Eric with his spells, I was just like, bring it. You guys have... This is nothing on these three. These guys are elemental specialists. Mentat Muse, thank you very much for the follow, you bloody champion. Avast, matey, you wee scallywag. Mentat Muse, would you do me the favor of typing !roll space the number 3 in chat so we can figure out who we are going to flatter next. Roll space 3. !roll space 3. We'll roll us a number between 1 and 3, and that'll tell us who goes next, because I have been flattered thoroughly, but it is getting late and we need to keep going. Roll space 3. No.
Oh, double L.
Double L.
Muse.
Different roll.
R-A double L.
2. We are talking about Kesh, as is fucking appropriate. Favorite Karen moments, everybody. And Rovaljax went and rolled a 2 after that, which means Eric after that, and Julio last. Cool. Thank you, Rovaljax.
Mine was pretty early on, but when you were prepping your squad for going out, and the very simple phrase, cool heads, warm hearts.
Yeah.
I felt kind of not only was appropriate for the moment, but kind of sums up Kesh and Kesh's philosophy on leadership.
Yeah. I read it the wrong way round. Sorry. Rovaljax rolled the 2. Mentat Muse rolled the 3. So we'll take Mentat Muse's 3 for Eric. Yeah. Cool. All right.
Another thing that I think was very fun, because the session had a lot of stakes, a lot of tension, but was very silly and goofy, and I really enjoyed it, was Kesh playing an absolute dumb idiot talking to the fucking Larimar?
Larimar.
Yeah.
Larimar. But like, oh, what happened? Oh, I know nothing. Oh, strange. And like, everyone knows what's going on, but Kesh is just being a little shithead. Oh, beautiful.
How will the person with no charisma talk shit at someone?
Totally just stalling was very good. I'm on the flip side, talking down the perch guard. Talking down that captain and going like, well, bitch, we're doing it anyway and fucking deal with it. I really
It was very authoritative.
I really put you on the spot today. Like, I demanded Karen be a leader, where Karen is many things, but a born leader is not one of them. And yeah, that is me, my loving wife I am describing, and I don't think she'd disagree with me.
Will, if required, very well.
But
We'll run away
can.
from it if other options are presented.
This is the trick, but fucking can. So, I had 2. One of them was, talking down the perch guard after the other one, like, trying to get out of giving a speech to your troops. And then me making you, because I want you to role play this, and you did a really great job of it. It was a good speech. You're not charismatic like Shen Esticle, but they don't expect that of you. You're Kesh Glitterweave. You give it to them straight, and they like that about you. You treat them like adults. You tell them what needs to be done and how to do it, and that was really cool. It was the way Kesh would say it, not the way Josh would have said it. So good job. Favorite self?
Least favorite moment was those 4 rolls under 10. God.
That was rough as fuck. Yeah.
I just really threw me for a second there, and I just felt like it was just, you were like, you gonna say anything? I'm like, no.
I don't think I can.
I'm
I
worried if I say anything.
I just went, nah.
Every roll significantly worse. That was beautiful, though.
Hey, Karen, can you roll it again? Can you roll me another athletics check? Just because we've got a -1 showing up on the screen. I want something else.
Oh my god. I mean, it's an improvement, but holy shit.
Hang on, let me roll
It's
something
very
I'm fucking
funny
good
looking
at.
at a 0.
It's very funny.
There we go. Dirty 20 for stealth.
Yeah,
That's
there you go.
nice. We'll leave
There
that
you
there.
What the
She's
fuck?
a
I'm good
special
at
Check
speaking.
that
special-
Karen
not good at-
desperately wants to fade into the background and not
Yeah.
have to do these fucking speeches.
I was like, I really wanted it to make it an acrobatics, but it wouldn't have helped. Like,
Just flip it her face.
yeah. Yeah.
hey everyone, watch me do this cool backflip.
Bishop Blood says forcing the good berry down Spencer's throat before letting him speak.
Yes, you have to swallow before you...
Yeah.
I did love me and all teaming up to protect Mentax,
Yeah. Yeah.
and yeah, and then taking him down.
Yeah.
That was a fun little moment.
Oh, I've got another one. Sorry,
Specifically, in the specific conversation where I was talking shit at Larimar, I did enjoy being like, those men look really dodgy, and I know dodgy.
Karen.
I was a criminal until very recently, and those guys,
I also kind of loved that for someone who is public speaking shy, Kesh literally changed the Alderheart Constitution by suggesting it.
Well,
And
2
everyone
and
goes
2
sounds
felt
like
a
a
little
great
bit.
plan. Well, also there was no room for Iari if you had 2 and 2. You need 3 and 3 just to have Iari. And Iari would not take that, like... No worries, Mentat Muse. No, I don't think we did. It's all good. I was just thanking you for the role. Good on you. Thanks for joining us. Glorious. Well, seeing as Mentat Muse rolled that 3 about Eric, let's talk about Eric, unless we have any favourite Kesh moments that haven't already been said. All right, Eric, it is then. Let's talk Brendan. Favourite Brendan moments, everybody. I can go first. It's so easy.
One.
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
No. I have. Yeah.
All right. I have one that is very small, but how fucking sassy was I? I'm still reading. You'll find that her portrait is in the fucking office of the voice of the council. So fuck you. Like that was that was so funny.
I kind of love that it was backed up by a shitty roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved shortly after that basically your bullshit to Larimar. Your words there were very, very good. Like your explanation for why is evil now was really good.
That whole, like, I think I said at the time, it's like Eric just leaning into his shadow melt sign, like turning the shadow melt up to 11 to get through that. But I also love Eric turning invisible and just elbowing his way through the ground. To kind of the idea of being invisible in that moment worked so well in multiple moments. I really loved that choice. And that you didn't just cast it off as soon as you'd kind of done the thing you were going to do. You were like, no, I'm just going to stay invisible for a little moment longer. Just going to be here, unseen, being useful. Because just so you got the fucking arrows. It's just...
Yeah.
It was great. That whole little Eric is invisible arc just had such a satisfying beginning, middle, and end. Loved it.
Well, the other trick about it is, and I think this is an ongoing favourite thing about Eric, Eric is more than content to play second fiddle to Kesh and has her back. And I think it was my favourite Julio and Eric together, both turning down Benna. But both saying, but we've got, if the Colonel calls, we'll come. Yeah, that was very cool.
I just have this mental image of like Kesh in her office, like with her feet on the desk, saying, "Hey Eric, you want to go and do crazy
go
shit
get high?"
again?"
Yeah.
Eric crashes through the window. Yes, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Like, and then we blow the tree pipe. And Julio just appears
out of the wall.
Like, you summoned me.
It's just a hollow branch that you blow into that goes up to the chapel.
And then there's this pneumatic, and he just pops out of it again.
Yeah, arrives. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brendan, favourite self.
Well, firstly, I just wanted to say, like, it was really clear that had to be Kesh's moment, like, or that last hour, basically. So I was more than happy to support her in that. My dumb favorite self moment was us talking about the plan and of their plan. And saying, I think it was Kesh or Hulu, I can't remember who, but saying, oh, there's some kind of phrase for like, or word for like them pretending that their plan was our plan and just coming in with thou who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah.
But
we just fought the great fart cloud monster. Like...
yeah. But mechanically, I liked right at the end of that planning session where we're all settled on what our individual plans are and splitting up and just grabbing them and using a 4th level spell slot to cast fucking enhance ability so that we all had advantage on our checks going forward. I was quite proud of.
It was smart and very necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, sorry, if I may indulge in another one, I was quite proud of my thorough takedown of Larimar as well.
Yeah.
It
again,
felt like the culmination of this season for Eric, of like
Yeah.
learning what he's about and what his family is about, and like I really have very little respect for your cult as an organization now because you're kind of shit.
look, they were better when they had a god backing them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a favorite Eric and Julio. A second one, like it's sort of the same. It's how they both had Kesh's back when it was necessary. When basically they're both there, ready to step in if Kesh needs them to. And as you say, like, yes, this was a Kesh moment, but when Kesh was struggling with it, the two of them seamlessly stepped in and just had her back, and then gave her the room to finish it as was needed.
Yeah.
And
The real
it's
team
more.
moment.
It was a team moment, but it was also it's a credit to the three of you, and that you have that relationship, you have that balance as the party. You're one of the best groups I've ever played with, and I've played with a fair few groups, and yeah, I'm privileged to work with the three of you as storytellers and as players. You're great.
Yeah, I always have a lot of fun playing with this group, and I know that I can say pretty much anything, and people will go with it.
Yeah.
Potentially after mocking me for having said it.
Oh, absolutely. Darius, yeah.
I'm gonna miss this group.
I mean, this is just
We're
the end
not-
of the
we're
arc.
not-
It's not the end of the story.
I know, but
When
we're
an
going on
eventual
break
war
now.
happening, we're gonna be so back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a few things said tonight which kind of implied that this is the end of this group, but as
Just
far
an
as I know,
arc.
it's not.
No. Yeah. Let them have a month or two off, and then we'll come back. Yeah. Right. Well, that does bring us to favorite Daria moment. She's not getting away without being complimented as well, and she's been glorious today. So let's have some favorite Julio.
Oh yeah, Cash could
Tell the other
die.
fire elementals, the elder heart sends it regards.
Suggesting Kesh's death as a solution
The
to this.
drama.
It's a fucking bad solution.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not forever. Well, a bit though. It's like I don't like this
Yeah.
plan. What are you
bit.
doing? I didn't.
Yeah,
initiate
Julio
this.
getting very excited about it, and Eric and Cash kind of side-eyeing each other like,
Anyway, normal solution, please.
Oh,
my non-bit for Julio was again, this was before the break, speaking to the people in the Roots, or might have even been to Prevet, saying they only have as much power as you think they do.
yeah.
Kind of summed up Julio's arc for the season as well.
Yeah.
Like I can't remember any of them off the top of my head right now, but there was several lines in that little speech that were just chef's kiss.
Daria is not remarkably, but incredibly erudite in her second or third or fourth language. I'm not sure how many she actually speaks, but yeah, it's really quite impressive. Yeah, you say shit that I'm like, fuck, I don't know if I could write that well. Like all of my cool shit is pre-written. Yeah, I particularly liked. Yeah, your honesty with no, Bishop Blood said it well. The reveal of the life node, and yeah, your talk with Viscar regarding religion, and what you want, what you intend, what you want to make happen in the Older Heart was really interesting. And sorry, Sorry, there's a dog on my lap. Can you stop? Can you stop this?
He's like, no, I'm very cute. I need to be loved.
I was loving you. Quietly, off to one side. Can you go back on your chair, please? Yeah, that whole scene with him. I also particularly liked, as a goofy one, your callback to "I'm getting a load of promotions today." It just keeps happening. That was really funny. Yeah, and him saying, "I think I'm going to need you on my synod." Basically, you become a bishop. Yeah, that was just sort of the meeting of the minds with Viscar was interesting. It was a really cool scene. You played it really well. I can't say more than that.
All right, fairy self.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. I liked how we tied together the ending because it was a goofy callback to something that happened real early in the fucking season. That was fun. It was just a funny moment because Julio is still incredibly new to the crew. With everything that has happened, he knows fuck all about the other people and like everything that's going on. So it's just a funny way to bring that back.
Yeah, who is Trish? She's spoken about her before, like, but yes.
But it's funny.
It is funny. Yeah.
Were you intending for us to bring it back to the wedding?
I was hoping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Well, we did not let you down.
Yeah. It really felt like a close up of Parks and Rec and of Chris Pratt girding to camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very funny. I feel like, obviously I'm biased, but I feel like this is probably one of our best episodes that this crew has done. It felt really electric the whole time. We all had lots of on fire moments. Yeah, it felt
including
really
a couple
and
of actual.
Yeah. And it did feel like if we did want to leave these characters,
you could.
Like they're all kind of wrapped up.
Yeah.
With their own arcs, they're all kind of I can see them going their separate ways, and us having at the very least a little time skip.
Oh yeah.
Before they get back together again.
That is my intent. Yeah. Everybody needs time to heal.
Yeah.
Kesh has been on fire a lot lately.
Yes.
Well, that's it. That's wonderful. That's favourite moments. I wonder what Bennick is up to. Yes, Plane of Death. Weird. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us this evening. It has been an absolute pleasure, honour, and privilege leading these wonderful folks through the last 49 episodes. So we will be back in a couple of months for episode 50. And we'll see what happens then. If this gang is up for season 5, we will do it. Guys, I think we need to go away from here now. We've been streaming for a gosh darn while. But before we do, who the absolute heck are all of you amazing role players? Daria, who the heck are you?
I'm Daria. I'm an artist. I did the emotes and portraits on the channel, and I think next time you might see me on Talk Like a Pirate, you might not. I don't know. I'm not your keeper. But I will be back for the next season. So I'll see you then. Thank you for having me. As always, lovely time.
Absolutely. Karen, who the heck are you?
Hi, I'm Karen, also known as the Mother of Bunnies. You can follow me on the social media site formerly known as Twitter at Mother of Bunnies. Or you can follow my Bella's Alter Ego Miss Littlemore over on Instagram. You can find me here on this very channel, probably playing a shit ton of Baldur's Gate 3. Because it's I got a bad, guys.
I let her control the mouse last night, guys. 5 hours, and she's still grinning 24 hours later. So
I blew up the field of explosive mushrooms, and it was glorious. It was so glorious, you guys. It was amazing.
Just kept going.
Yeah.
I kind of want to do it again. Go back to that save and then put a bunch of barrels in there.
Bring Karlak, throw all our flaming barrels in there, and then get Gale to blow it up. It was amazing. But yes, we'll have International Talk Like a Pirate Day coming up. I'm doing something for that. And yeah, you can also listen to me on the D&D podcast There Be Dragons, which is also fun and good times.
No worries. Brendan, who the absolute heck are you?
Just a goofy little guy, just hanging out here on Thursdays. I may or may not be playing on Talk Like a Josh the Pirate Day.
I was under the impression you were not available.
Oh, to DM.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm in
Noted.
the group chat. I just haven't put my name on anything yet because life.
Very well.
So I may or may not.
I will chat with you
I have been
later.
invited, as far as I'm aware.
You have. Very thoroughly.
Yes, I have. But yeah, and I just got done DMing the 3-shot for Tali. So I may end up doing some other DMing on this channel. So that's something that Josh and I and Karen need to talk about at some point. I've got some ideas.
Hell yeah.
And if any of you have any ideas and requests, I've seen a couple of people like Tony and Ardana have both said, "Oh, I'd like to see Brendan DM such and such." So let us know what you would like to see, because if we know that you want to say something specific, then that's like, okay, well, we have an audience for that. So
Bishop Blood.
Yeah,
wants to
you
see
should maybe
Vesna
join our
again.
Discord, subtle Discord plug, and tell us all your cool ideas.
Yeah, dead set. Throw them up in the Hung, Drawn and Quartered. It's a real place. Go hang out there. And yeah, if you have ideas, if you have things you want to see in this setting or others, please let us know. We are up for it. And Mesdames et Messieurs, Damen und Herren, and beings of indeterminate gender persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D and other RPG-related games with me lovely wife, Karen, the mother of bunnies, and all of my splendid friends. And as been said, yes, we do have Josh the Pirate Day coming up soon. International Talk Like a Pirate Day supports childhood cancer support. They are a charity that focuses on a different part of the cancer treatment process. Basically, a lot of charities focus on the cancer person. This one is more about the people who are supporting that person, the families of children with cancer. So they provide housing for families that have to travel a long distance, people who are in rural areas. Australia is like 95% rural, and about 20% of Australia's population live in rural areas without access to a cancer ward that you can just go to in the same city where you live. So that is the focus of that charity. It's a really awesome group, a really awesome cause, and we are very proud to support it. This is our 3rd year doing it. It'll also be our streamiversary. So that's also very important to us as well. 3 years running. Well, it'll be our 3rd streamiversary. And we have a couple of amazing sponsors. We have Wooten Forge are sponsoring us with a couple of their beautiful adventurers chests. These little boys. You can fit a full set of dice and a mini, or 2 full sets of dice, or 2 full minis if you want to in those things. Pair of Jarrah ones of those are winging their way to us, as are 6 sets of dice from the wonderful Roll with Advantage. So I'll put a couple of links up there. We are affiliated with with Wooten Forge. If you check them out, wootenforge.com/Corsairs Cove, you can purchase some beautiful handcrafted wooden tabletop accessories there. And Roll with Advantage, the wonderful all-female led, female-owned Melbourne-based dice company, have sent us some incredible things, including 3 of their big chunky dice, as well as a couple of sets of dice and their massive D100, which is very hecking cool, and I really want to roll it a couple of times over the course of the Pirate Day as well. So
It's a size comparison.
yeah, that's a normal D20, and those are the chunky D20s. They are hecking pretty things as well, very pretty. They that one there, I think, is the one that has the liquid core with the glitter in it. Karen, is that right?
Yeah, that's the liquid. This is
That
the
is,
liquid core
of
one.
all of
This one's
them,
a
that's-
spider.
That one's my
And if you
favorite.
can-
Oh yes, there's one set has redback spiders in them.
Very Australian. There you go.
An orb of time.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah, Karen, it looks a bit like the orb of time.
I would be, if I had that dice, I would be DMing, and every encounter would have a spider in it.
Hell yeah, would have to.
A phase redback spider.
Hells yes. We have a bunch of amazing guests coming to join us for that one thus far. We have Jess the Queen Binch, Zach Renegade Chicken, the Maharishi D20, Lilith, Tony Karlstrom, AJ Cross, and Des from the Eldritch Scribe, the Night Geo, Patch from Quest Junkies UK, Owen and David from the Lost Archive, Agent Number 1, Devon Knight, and Promethean and Dreaded GM, as well as Soteris as well, are all coming to play with us, as well as our Dana from the Eldritch, from the Lorite. There are so many people.
Lorite.
And Tales of Pesh will be showing up in the Humblewood of Midnight and Madness episode, as well as Ellie B, to play a couple of guest characters, which is super exciting and I'm very fun for. I'm very excited for it. It's going to be super fun. That's what I was looking to say. Guys, we need to go away from here because I'm clearly running out of words. I'm at my limit this evening. So who the heck should we raid? Well, seeing as we were talking about a couple of those lovely beings that are going to play with us on Talk Like Josh the Pirate Day, 2 of them are streaming right now. We have a choice. Karen, do you reckon Promethean or Agent Number 1? Agent Number 1 is playing...
No shade on Agent Number 1, but Promethean is playing Baldur's Gate.
I think we should go raid Promethean then. Absolutely. Let's chuck a raid over there on Promethean.
You need to support those Baldur's Gate 3 streams because no one else.
No one ever watches.
No one's watching them.
Yeah. Whereas, Agent Number 1's playing RimWorld. Who plays that? All right. So we will drop a raid on Promethean, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this evening. It's been an amazing season finale. Throw your favorite raid emotes up in chat. Tell Promethean where you came from. Show him the love like we always do. Smash that follow button when we get there. And we will see you same bat time, same bat channel on Monday night for some more Humblewood of Midnight and Madness. Been a pleasure, guys. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.